Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence of the climate crisis has never been clearer. Equally, the benefits of a faster transition to a net zero economy have never been more obvious. Greece embodies this dichotomy probably better than many countries. In just a few weeks, we experienced forest fires that burned over 1% of our landmass and rains that brought more water in a single day than most places receive in a year, causing unprecedented floods. And yet, alongside this climate devastation, a new Greece is emerging. We have cut our coal use by over 80%. We are growing our economy at a much faster pace than the Eurozone average while reducing emissions. In total, our emissions are down by 43% from 2005 as we turn increasingly to renewable energy. This is one of the best performances of any European country. Last year, our penetration of wind and solar was the 7th highest in the world, and our installed capacity was the 5th highest on a per capita basis. The wind and sun now generate over half of our electricity, and they shield us from the energy crisis that Russia caused when it invaded Ukraine. The environmental, economic, but also geopolitical benefits of a rapid transition to renewable energy have never been more obvious. We are renovating our homes and our offices at an unprecedented rate. We are building a carbon capture and storage value chain for our heavy industry. Our islands are laboratories of cutting-edge sustainability practices. And as a world leader in maritime transportation, we take very seriously the responsibility of decarbonizing shipping, as long as we preserve our competitiveness and ensure a global level playing field. And we will soon harness one of our greatest untapped potential, offshore wind, and in particular, the winds of the Aegean Sea, an energy source that will literally redraw the energy map of the region. Our investments in energy come alongside our focus on resilience. Our early warning system, the 112 number, has proven to be a lifesaver. One message can literally mean the difference between life and death. And we need more such cost-effective and scalable technologies. Our societies are not prepared for the climate crisis that is already with us. We must devote more resources to resilience. The adaptation gap is as important as the emissions gap, and Europe has an important role to play in that direction. As we build the future, we cannot forget the past. We must ensure a just transition for the communities that got us here, and we have a responsibility to our shared cultural heritage, to protect endangered monuments from the wrath of climate change. And in doing so, I firmly believe that we will discover ancient wisdom, how to build, grow, and thrive in harmony with nature. This wisdom will come from every corner of the earth. We have so much to learn from one another and from our ancestors. And this challenge is as much about artificial intelligence as it is about ancestral intelligence. Dear colleagues, our challenge is immense, but we cannot not minimize the progress that we have made. Let us instead draw strength from it as we step into the next and most important part of our common journey together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to invite Her Excellency Ms. Katrín Jakobsdóttir, Prime Minister of Iceland.
There's a place where you can find all kinds of places to live. All kinds of places for...
You have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On the global stocktake, resulting from the high-level events and intense negotiations that will shape our collective commitment to climate action. Rising to the challenge of
Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence of the climate crisis has never been clearer. Equally, the benefits of a faster transition to a net zero economy have never been more obvious. Greece embodies this dichotomy probably better than many countries. In just a few weeks, we experienced forest fires that burned over 1% of our landmass, and they shield us. Laboratories of potential of Kamal are not prepared for a just transition to ancient wisdom, how to build, grow, and thrive in harmony with nature. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence of the climate crisis has never been clearer. Equally, the benefits of a faster transition to a net zero economy have never been more obvious. Greece embodies this dichotomy probably better than many countries. In just a few weeks, we experienced forest fires that burned over 1% of our landmass and rains that brought more water in a single day than most places receive in a year, causing unprecedented floods. And yet, alongside this climate devastation, a new Greece is emerging. We have cut our coal use by over 80%. We are growing our economy at a much faster pace than the Eurozone average while reducing emissions. In total, our emissions are down by 43% from 2005 as we turn increasingly to renewable energy. This is one of the best performances of any European country. Last year, our penetration of wind and solar was the 7th highest in the world, and our installed capacity was the 5th highest on a per capita basis. The wind and sun now generate over half of our electricity, and they shield us from the energy crisis that Russia caused when it invaded Ukraine. The environmental, economic, but also geopolitical benefits of a rapid transition to renewable energy have never been more obvious. We are renovating our homes and our offices at an unprecedented rate. We're building a carbon capture and storage value chain for for our heavy industry. Our islands are laboratories of cutting-edge sustainability practices. And as a world leader in maritime transportation, we take very seriously the responsibility of decarbonizing shipping, as long as we preserve our competitiveness and ensure a global level playing field. And we will soon harness one of our greatest untapped potential, offshore wind, and in particular, the winds of the Aegean Sea, an energy source that will literally redraw the energy map of the region. Our investments in energy come alongside our focus on resilience. Our early warning system, the 112 number, has proven to be a lifesaver. One message can literally mean the difference between life and death. And we need more such cost-effective and scalable technologies. Our societies are not prepared for the climate crisis that is already with us. We must devote more resources to resilience. The adaptation gap is as important as the emissions gap. And Europe has an important role to play in that direction. As we build the future, we cannot forget the past. We must ensure a just transition for the communities that got us here. And we have a responsibility to our shared cultural heritage, to protect endangered monuments from the wrath of climate change. And in doing so, I firmly believe that we will discover ancient wisdom, how to build, grow, and thrive in harmony with nature. This wisdom will come from every corner of the earth. We have so much to learn from one another and from our ancestors. And this challenge is as much about artificial intelligence as it is about ancestral intelligence. Dear colleagues, our challenge is immense, but we cannot not minimize the progress that we have made. Let us instead draw strength from it as we step into the next and most important part of our common journey together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to invite Her Excellency Ms. Katrín Jakobsdóttir, Prime Minister of Iceland.
Secretary Kerry is the promoter, so it's a very interesting.
Okay.
And it's the best thing that we are doing in 2024. That's why I'm giving you this invitation. It's the best. If you can.
Good morning to everyone. I think we are ready to start now with our discussion, the first discussion of our pavilion this morning. It is a great honor for me to have a fireside discussion with our minister, Mr. Skylakakis, and Mr. Picard. He is one of the, if I may say, founders of the COP Convention in general. You have been attending all of them, and you have been an inspiring person for governments, companies on your initiatives about the climate and climate change. We have an excellent opportunity at the Greek Pavilion. It's the first time that Greece is hosting a pavilion. We have our own house, let's say, at COP. And we just heard our Prime Minister giving his speech at the UN convention just half an hour ago, addressing a lot of issues regarding climate change that we have faced severely, if I may say, over the past few months, even in our country. Which we have been experiencing, as the Minister said yesterday, a number of 100 or 200-year events, even in less than 2 or 3 months in some occasions. So for us, this is also striking. And we need to take action. We need to do more for climate change and our environment, as we have been hearing from a number of heads of states during this COP28. I will start with Mr. Picard, Minister, if he's our guest here at the convention, and I want to do that just to start a discussion on this recent playbook, as you say, with 20 points on the new climate narrative. We need to have a new narrative, and we need to be stronger in terms of the narrative that we are addressing to the government. So if you may say a few words more about that and your first impression from COP28 here in Dubai over the first few days that the convention started.
Yes, so first, hello to everyone. When I met your minister in Valladolid for the Spanish presidency of the EU, we started to discuss about the need of having a new narrative to inspire people, much more about climate action. And this playbook is now the printed version that we are publishing for COP28. Because just look at the situation. You have representatives from all the countries, from all the businesses, and what is said? You have to decarbonize, it's expensive, it's difficult, you have to make sacrifice in your comfort of life and your mobility, you have to degrow the economy. Well, this is a language that will never inspire anyone. That's a language that is creating a lot of resistance. Every country, every industry believes I'm going to lose something, I'm going to lose jobs, I'm going to lose economic development. And this probably explains why the 27 previous COPs did not manage to stop the increasing curve of CO2. So I'm a psychiatrist before being an explorer. And I always learned that you have to speak the language of the people that you want to convince. And the language of the people who are here at COP, it's a political language of job creation, economic development. For the business sector, it's about profit. So we have to speak that language and show how protection of the environment, how climate action is a business opportunity. And this is why we change completely the language, having a new glossary, having new arguments. And I give you an example because that's the one the dearest to my heart. You know, instead of decarbonization, which is felt as an aggression against economy, we are speaking of modernization. Because what happens today? Why do we have emissions? Why do we have pollution? It's because we are obsolete in our infrastructures. in our energy sources, in the use of energy. We are wasting 3/4 of the energy that is produced just because of inefficient systems. So if you modernize the world, if you make it efficient, you will have decarbonization as a consequence of modernization, but that not as the end goal. And this can bring people together. And this is why we went very well along together from the beginning. I think we share that type of spirit, but we just have to make it mainstream.
Thank you, Mr. Picard. Minister, we have had, as a country, a number of advancements, if I may say, in the past few years with our government in terms of addressing climate change issues. We had an ambitious national energy climate plan. We had the first climate law that we have passed as well. We are participating at the UN level in a number of, not only at the COP level, but in a number of initiatives regarding our cultural inheritance in terms of the oceans and the ocean conference that we are hosting as a country. What could we share as new developments, if I may say, or what is our ambition, what is our dream for Greece in the coming decades in this respect?
Well, first, I would like to thank Monsieur Picard for sharing his profound wisdom in how we should tackle the political aspects of climate change. Because what he's talking about is that you have a problem that scientifically is solved, technologically is solved, and it has not been solved politically. That's the real difficulty of climate change policy. And you know, there is I'm an economist, not a psychiatrist, but economists are kind of psychiatrists going after only one aspect of people's behavior, economic behavior. And what we know as economists is what we call the tragedy of the commons. What is the tragedy of the commons? It's if you have a common good and private incentives, then the common good is left behind, because the social organization for achieving that common good has to overcome the private incentives, or, to be more precise and more wise, use the private incentives to achieve the common good. And what we see in today's narrative, and for decades in climate change discussion, I was at COP, I don't know the number, at Bali. It was, I think, COP 16. It's 15 years ago. I was in COP, I think 19 in Copenhagen. And it was the same thing time and time again, people asking for sacrifice, asking for changing the, for the planet to become, for all the people in the planet to become better people, and thus we can solve that problem. This is too ambitious. It has been too ambitious for 10,000 years, probably, since human civilization. The other way to go around that is, because this is real and Greece has lived in a new climate, and I can tell everybody we are in a new climate. We're just a canary in the mine. Last summer, when you have a 1,000-year event and a 100-year event of flood in the same place, in the same month, the chances that this is from the old climate is so close to zero, it's 1 to 200,000, in fact, that it's zero. So we are in a new climate, we don't know a lot about it, and we have to act as fast as possible. And at the same time, what Greece has done, we are 7th in the world in renewables, wind and solar penetration. What we have done, though we are in a deep crisis for a long time, what we have done proves, and what we are doing, that we can actually make people's life better in any other aspect apart from climate change if we adopt the climate-friendly policies. That's the reality of today. What is stopping us? Because I want to go one step further. One big thing stopping us is financial risk. Half the countries, more than half the countries in the world, and at least 75% of the world population, has a financial country risk that is very high. This is partly because of local institutions, partly because of history, for a number of reasons. Now, these new renewable technologies are all capital intensive. We don't need to pay the fuel. The fuel is coming for free. So it's capital intensive. So what we need is, if I was to recommend one policy to move climate action forward, would be to mitigate risk. And that would need two actors. It would need the global West, as we call it, to help financially in risk mitigation, and it will need the global South to help institutionally within their own institutions for risk mitigation. Because the technologies are there, the capital is there, but coupling them will need serious mitigation of the financial risk of these huge investments. If we do that, things will go very fast for everybody's benefit.
Thank you, Minister. I know that you have something to comment, and it will be along the lines, because from what the Minister just said, I see something that I wanted to comment here in your remarks, in your book. As you say here, start with what is easy and profitable. The Minister said we shouldn't be trying to do everything at the same time, but as you say here, we go brick by brick, and we can build what we would like to achieve. So a comment on that, and of course anything else that you would like to comment on the Minister's address. Yeah.
I like very much what you said, because you are not just saying we have to do that, you're explaining how to do it, and this is what is lacking in most of the political speeches. And I like also this example of the tragedy of the common, because today we are in another situation. In the past, the commons and the private interest was very much divided. And today, when we see all the economically and efficiently profitable solutions, we see that the gap doesn't exist anymore. It means that we can achieve the common good with a private positive interest. It means that the people who are investing get a profit out of it. The people who are renovating their house, installing a heat pump, capturing the wasted heat from the chimney of the data centers, the ones who are taking the cold from the bottom of the ocean for air conditioning. All these people are not spending money, they are investing, and they have a positive return on investment. And this is the new game. That's really the new game. But so many people have not yet understood it, which means that there remains, effectively, CapEx that is quite high, and the OpEx, which is very, very low. So you have to invest in the beginning in order to have a lot of saving afterward. But not everybody is able to invest himself. So the one who can invest, they do it. The one who are credible enough and need to borrow money for that will get the money. But there are a lot of people who don't have the strength and the credibility to get the money. And there we count on the state, on the government, on guarantees for the loans, for example, in order to be able to implement all these new solutions that will make a huge energy bill reduction for the private, for the economy of the government, for the state, for the industry, for the economy, and it makes financial return that is positive also. So this message has to be heard in the financial world, but also in the political world, because the politicians are very often opposed to the one who say, oh, don't do it, it's too expensive, don't do it, it's too complicated. And this is why this narrative is really built for the politicians to be able to motivate the one who are resisting.
And I think we are doing that as much as we can, and I would pass the floor to Minister Skylakakis to share with us some of the initiatives that have been going on over the past few years in Greece around that.
Well, before I do that, I would like to add one comment I think is important. In long-term investments and investments in energy and renewables are long-term investments almost by definition. The present value of the investment, let me speak as an economist, is not equal with the long-term value of the investment. Because people, when they, in the financial world, when they look into an investment after 25 years, they tend to give it a zero, almost zero value, especially after 30, 40 years. What that means is that the investments, 20 years pass and it is not zero. We have hydroelectric plants built in the 50s. And they are of immense value in our energy, especially today, because they act as base load in our energy system and they cover the intermittence of wind and solar. So essentially, mitigating this risk that I was talking about is not big, and the states can participate in that risk mitigation because unlike private actors, they are present after 25 years and they will get the benefit after 25 years. The Greek state has given money 60 years ago to build the big hydroelectric plants that we have in the country, and long ago these money have been paid back because of the plants, and the state is getting, or in fact the company that is working there is getting huge amounts of money, free money coming out of these hydroelectric plants. So in this participation and risk sharing, it's important for the state also to be player and for the global state also to be a player. I'm not talking about giving away money. I'm now talking a little to the global West. I'm not talking about giving away money to poorer countries, which is the, let's say, self-sacrificing narrative in the global Northwest, but not in other parts of the global West. The global Southwest has totally different thinking, and it's a danger, the thinking, that thinking. So I'm going to the global Southwest and saying, if you invest in long term, everybody's going to gain, not in terms of climate action, but also in terms of actual money. Now, what we are doing now, the biggest thing that we are planning now is the offshore wind capacity of Greece. Greece has the best offshore wind in the Mediterranean. Maybe a part of the French coast, the South French coast has equal, but not as much as we have. And this is, in our mind, the thing that we must invest, and we must invest in our future by investing in these green technologies. We have a huge capacity factor, over 50%, in this wind dynamic. They are floating farms, so they need a new technology, and we can and we will build the factories and the shipyards to prepare them. And this can be a huge economic policy for Greece. A very ambitious policy of modernization, of export orientation, of local value chain, of new businesses, of new jobs. And this is the way for extreme advantages for local communities and huge energy going to the Greek grid and all over, and quality energy, because capacity factor over 50% is high quality energy. So this is the way to go forward. Inspire people that better things are coming, because they are coming if we really invest in our future and move fast, move efficiently, and move cleverly.
Dr. Picard, just maybe a last round of questions for the time that we have. Do you think that it is the EU that is trying to always kind of push towards this? Yes, sure. Do you think the the European Union, EU, that is leading this kind of discussions about climate change or trying to push on the energy transition? And what needs to be done from other countries? We see here at COP, at least this COP28 has the biggest participation ever. I think it's like double the numbers from last year. But does this really show something? Is it something that is changing and we haven't seen?
I noticed that for national politicians, it's very often difficult to take ambitious decisions because the opposition from the other party will refuse, the ecologist will say it's not enough, the economy and the industry will say it's too much, and very often the prime ministers or the president, they have to arbitrate a match. The European Union is not like this because it's not a country. It's not direct elections, which means that the commissioners can be much more ambitious. And what we see is that really the European Union has taken measures, has put new norms, new standards, new rules that can really push the ecology as the core of the economic development. And it's called the Green Deal. Now, we have to be careful with the words, and this is also something we tell in the narrative. If you say Green Deal, even if it's a fantastic vision, it contains the word green, which for very many countries is a political party. I would have said the clean deal and not the Green Deal, or the efficiency deal. And when the European Union launched the Green Deal, what did the Americans do? They did the same thing 100 times bigger. And how did they call it? Inflation Reduction Act. And all the Americans are saying, wow, the government is fighting against inflation. That's wonderful. We have to support them. And it's likely that even if Trump gets elected, he will keep the Inflation Reduction Act because it's a fantastic thing for the US. Now, Europe is saying, wow, we lost the game. And it's a pity because Europe was the initiator of that economical vision at the scale of a government. So we have to support the European Union in all this way to try to bring the solutions, and we work with them. We go to different countries with a narrative, with all the solutions to help the countries to make more ambitious national energy and climate plans. And we really have to inspire people around that. Otherwise, we are lost in Europe.
It is about the narrative. It is about the messages that we give and the way that we pass them. So, Minister?
Well, to sum up, apart from thanking me, Monsieur Picard for being here and also for sharing his vision and his very practical and realistic vision on how we must move forward, I would add that for us in Greece, we have made our decision to move faster and to have this narrative. But what I see lacking in the EU is the realism on how we must tackle our international negotiations. We are still halfway between the narrative of the past and the challenge that the Inflation Reduction Act poses to us. Because what's the challenge? Because we are living in a competitive world. The essential challenge is that the Americans are saying, we're going to take the best businesses that you have, and we're going to take all that money that you have invested in these businesses and give them a space in the US. That's what they're saying. It's very plain. They are the packaging is close to the American heart, but the reality is this. And for us, what we have to do is we have to look into our bureaucracy and say, the world is changing, and our bureaucracy, the EU bureaucracy, and how it acts must also change. If we don't, we are going to be losers. I had a friend, he has died now, that he's saying, a Greek saying, you are sleeping, κοιμάσαι όρθιος.
Standing.
You are sleeping while standing, and you are paying for your hotel. That's the danger that we have. And we have seen that in our industrial policy for photovoltaics. We gave huge incentives for photovoltaics, and in the end, the industry went to China. So we need to be more realistic in our bureaucracy to move ahead faster, and also in our diplomacy to stop the same diplomatic actions that we had in the past 28 COPs and didn't work. And to finish up, this reminds me, there's and we must stop that. We must go for a realistic solution on how the world can move forward, and stop saying that we are to blame. So we have to pay more money, and we are doing that, and please, the rest of the world, forgive us, and let's move forward. But we have to look in, because it's not working. What we have to say is there is a solution. We will help into that solution. Everybody will gain. Let's get on and do it. It's not that we deny what we said in the past, but we have said it 27 times. Let's say something different now and make it work.
So, summing up, having the financial motivation at the same time with the political action that it is aligned with the business interests, as we said, and having politicians understanding the messages that we need to be sharing out there in the world in a better way, and promoting them in a better way, so that the society can also understand that they can benefit from that. I think we can do a lot. We can do many steps forward in achieving this, the goals that we have as nations to tackle climate change. So with this, I would like to thank deeply Dr. Picard and our Minister Skylakakis for having this discussion and participation at our Greek pavilion for the first time here at COP28. Thank you very much.
It's really a pleasure to listen to you. Very often after political discussions, I'm depressed because nothing happens.
very much. Thank you. It's the same.
So we can speak about congratulations for what you're doing. How long do you stay here? I'm yes. I will stay here for both weeks. A lot of bilaterals, speeches, interviews. Yeah, we really have to push that process. Accelerate. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Great moderator. Goodbye. Take care.
Actually, just give you run you down 3-4
1,
things
2.
that I want to throw your way tomorrow.
All right.
So that
For
you
the
know.
panel discussion.
Yeah, exactly.
Huh? Okay. Yeah. Let me know.
Because what I wanted to do is to introduce one generic question, which is going to be more interesting, which is, we've done this 27 times. What do you actually want to take away from this?
From COP.
From COP?
Yeah.
Because it also elevates the profile higher.
Okay.
And the final one is, one thing that keeps coming up at all COP discussions is, the good and the great have come together, they've had a conversation, there's been
Yes.
a lot of talking shop, but
Yes.
nothing much has happened.
Yeah, yeah.
When you go back to Athens,
What will you do?
Minister, what would you do differently?
Okay.
And I think the sense of
Not do something differently, but yeah, it was a pleasure.
Likewise.
See you. See you again.
Thank you.
We will continue doing what we have set as a strategy in Greece.
Well, that will be my intro. I'll say, look, Greece has gone over the last decade.
Yeah.
The energy profile generally, in terms of both security of supply, so I think Greece has changed fundamentally. What I say is, one person that has been on that journey throughout that whole period is Winston Frugal, recently we have now launched particularly the wind peak. So that's how we get into the wind peak. So we'll set you up well.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, sure.
And then, okay, we'll discuss first what do you expect from these?
People can say, yeah, okay, fine. So the ministers, they get together, they sit down, and they hammer their national branding story. Fine. So, yeah.
Everybody does so here. We heard this from the leaders before. I mean, everyone is stepping up and says how nice it is. All prime ministers.
So what we want to have is, we also want to have the president for COP31 saying, okay, so what do you expect to take away? And I think this was a good point. We have solved this problem technically.
Hello, hello. We have some time constraints, so if we can sit down and start with the next. Can you hear me? Yes, you can hear me. I think I could... γιατί να μην είναι, Βασίλη, τους καλέσω... Yeah. Can I start? Dear guests, dear friends, good morning again. I think that Greece's pavilion at COP had a very strong opening yesterday with two events attended by the Greek Prime Minister. We had a number of important personalities visiting us here. I'm referring to the president of COP, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, Secretary John Kerry as well, was yesterday here. Of course, we had also a ministerial fireside discussion yesterday between the Minister of Environment and also Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Fragogiannis. And today we kick off the second day of COP28. We just finished listening an interesting discussion between Minister Skylakakis and Monsieur Bernard Picard. And now what's next? A very interesting subject. Sustainable infrastructure and construction is the topic of the next discussion. As you know, what we need to do for the energy transition requires tremendous feats of engineering, I would say. But we also need to make sure that these engineering and these construction interventions are made with the lowest possible carbon footprint. And that they serve also the common cause. And the common cause, obviously, is the fight against climate change. And we have today with us two excellent participants. On one hand is Mr. Damianos Eleftheriadis. He is Business Development Director of Archirodon. May I welcome you? And please, what did I say? Eleftheriadis. Again, I said it wrong again. I confuse you with a friend of mine. And Archirodon, as you know, is a leading global company on engineering. It started in Greece, but soon expanded. You will say a few words about that, but I think you are a key constructor, right, here in Emirates, dealing with quite a lot of projects, not only in Emirates, but all over the world. And with him, we also have a leading expert of energy transition and sustainability, Mr. Martin Vladimirov. May I welcome you? Martin is a director of Energy and Climate Program for the Center of Study of Democracy. So CSD, right? Is a brand, is a great think tank of Bulgaria with a broad range of interests, but also doing tremendous work, I would say, in the energy sector for the entire region. So I will leave the two experts to share with us their insights. And from my end, just a welcome to the second day of COP, the beginning of a number of very interesting discussions continuing at the Greek Pavilion. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Do you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to moderate this fireside chat with one of the oldest and largest Greek infrastructure development companies, with presence at 30 different countries and employing more than 10,000 people across the world. Their experience is in traditional energy and marine infrastructure development, but they're going beyond that. They're moving on a different gear. And today I actually want to talk about the future of Archirodon, and how are they going to maintain sustainability in developing some of the cutting-edge technologies that are going to transform not only the regional economy of Southeast Europe, but actually the building blocks of the global climate transition. So I have here with me Damianos Eleftheriadis, who is the Business Development Director for the company, for the group as a whole. And I would like to start by asking him what differentiates your company in terms of sustainable development approaches, and how are you planning to move beyond the traditional way of EPC contractors? Why am I asking that? One of the main bottlenecks for the energy transition in general around the world is accelerating the construction phase of these projects. There are many governance bottlenecks, permitting issues, and a number of environmental sustainability concerns that are blocking projects or delaying projects. So it's important, however, to find a balance between speed and environmental sustainability. So what kind of approaches does Archirodon has in order to basically resolve this nexus?
Thank you, Martin. First of all, I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate the whole team that we have realized yesterday and today that they have been working very hard, and they are making proud Greece that they are participating for the first time in COP28. Our colleagues and myself were present in COP27. I have to say it's day and night, the presence of this year. And I have to congratulate the ministry. I have to congratulate the Vice Minister, Alexandra Zdoukou, and the whole team that have been supporting us since yesterday. Coming to your question, actually, I have to make a comment that we are glad that we are following a discussion of Mr. Picard and Minister Skylakakis, because I was keeping some notes as they were talking. And if I was replying to your question earlier, that it was our schedule, probably I would reply with a different way. Now, I will have to remix my comments and my notes, and to say that actually for us, for Argyrodon, 3 words represent what it means for us, sustainability. Innovation, dedication to what we call environment and environmental issues, and commitment. Many years ago, I was a speaker in a conference. For the first time, it was introduced the word sustainability. Nobody knew actually what at that time meant. Today, after so many COPs, it seems that at least we understand what we are talking about, and we do agree we have to find a way how to do it. Now, how it's possible a company or a group which is an EPC contractor with major construction in about 30 countries around the world, different countries, starting from the west side of Africa all the way to the CIS countries and the countries of Central Asia. How we comply? Let's make it easy. Let's talk as Monsieur Picard suggested, in a language where people can understand. For us, it became actually a synonymous to our culture. We started with the HSE issue some time ago. Nobody believed that many years later, HSE it would become part of the DNA of the company. Years later, we started with sustainability. Today, sustainability is part of the DNA of the company because of these 3 words. It didn't take 1 year. It took us a lot of years to be able to construct and be careful about the environment because we realized that, as it was discussed before, this is not an additional cost, but this is something that is creating additional jobs. And this is what we are trying to do.
Thank you for the inspiring message. Zooming in now on, more specifically on your renewable energy portfolio, could you please elaborate on your future plans on expanding it? I know that you have installed already more than 2 gigawatts of renewable energy projects.
I have to correct, it's not installed. This is
being constructed.
This is our portfolio. It's not installed.
Oh, it's not ready.
Yeah.
But moving beyond that, in the previous discussion, one key buzzword for Southeast Europe was mentioned, and it's offshore wind. This is probably going to contribute to significantly reducing carbon emissions in Southeast Europe and decarbonizing the electricity grid. So from that point of view, could you please elaborate on your plans in renewables in general, but also specifically in offshore wind?
Sure. First of all, not a long time ago, we decided to go, because of the reason that I mentioned before, the reasons, to not only be an EPC contractor in renewable, but also be a developer in the renewable business. And we have today a portfolio only in Greece of about 2.1 gigawatt of solar and wind. The majority is solar. And also, we have developed different projects in other countries like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan related to wind and related to solar. When we realized that the new approach and the new technology is taking us into examining the offshore wind, especially the floating offshore wind, for us it was a natural diversion of our everyday business. Why? Because Archirodon is very well known, among other things, for the offshore works. We do have a lot of works related to marine environment, ports, breakwaters, artificial islands, pipelines, water intakes, outfalls, with a big amount, a large amount of fleet, which can facilitate different type of projects. So for us to be involved in floating offshore wind, it was something that it was combining the two worlds. It was combining our capability in being able to work in the marine environment and in our target to become one company, one developer, one EPC contractor that is facing the future into renewables. So we have realized that we started this ride for the offshore floating wind as thinking as EPC contractors. Then we realized that in order to become an EPC contractor, you have to be part of somehow of the supply chain. And because of our capabilities in designing and constructing big floating structures, we came one step back, so to be part of the supply chain, and even more, one step from the beginning, and we became, let me dare to say, developers in collaboration with an Irish company, Simply Blue, the name of the company, that they are very specialized into the early developments of offshore wind. And together with us, we have created a collaboration which is called Arco Blue. And I think that by having these relations with the ministry and with HEREMA, all of us to help to develop this industry in Greece, as the minister said before, Mrs. Skylakakis, for the benefit not only of the, it's strange for me to say, because we are companies and everybody thinks that we are targeting only the profit. It's very important for the Greek economy. It's very important because it creates new businesses in Greece with thousands of positions, not only for the Greek environment as we see that is progressing quite fast, but also export this environment to countries around, and why not in the future to countries that they are further than us. We have been discussing about Bulgaria, for example, that you are participating as a think tank and as advisors. So for us it's quite important to have a very strategic, not only as a company but as Greeks, to be able to become a reference point for the region.
I would say it's from a critical kind of point of view important to increase cooperation between Greece, Bulgaria and Romania in unlocking the offshore wind potential of the region. And,
as you realize, I'm doing some politics here, so you have to give me the credit for that.
But, you know, just to follow up to that and relate it also to my first question on sustainability. to enable offshore wind development in the region, you have to overcome many challenges related to, first, port infrastructure readiness, where you have a lot of expertise and experience, and also biodiversity and marine sustainability, marine environment, managing marine risks, basically. So what is your strategy in making sure that Greece, but also the whole region, is ready in terms of port infrastructure, and how are you going to prevent opposition also from environmental groups on biodiversity issues and things like that? How do you see managing these risks?
Well, I say that I'm doing politics, but I don't have the strength to reply about the whole program of the ports in Greece. I can say what we are doing on this direction. We are already in talks with areas and with port facilities for us to be able to develop the production line of big floating elements. So this is one thing that we do. I cannot reveal the names, but we are in quite good discussions. Having, as I said before, and actually we can facilitate in creating the depths, creating the ports in such a way that can facilitate the production of floaters. That's why I said before that we like to be part of the whole supply chain, not only of the whatever is going to become the floating offshore industry, but also the infrastructure that we will operate to the supply, and to supply the plants, but also to maintain the plants, also for the whole period of the life of the project. And one thing that I would like to, I'm glad that everybody's clapping now before I finish, but the one thing that we didn't underline is that in the project that we are executing, because among our clients are also big oil and gas companies. I'm sorry. We are extremely sensitive, and we have, as part of our construction, environmental approaches that they are not very common to see them in different projects around the world. For example, we have very recently finished and inaugurated a bridge on the western side of Saudi Arabia. The project, it is on a huge development that Saudi Arabia is doing, and it has to do with the Red Sea Global. You know that this is in a very sensitive. This project is on in a very sensitive environment with corals, with small islands created by corals and so on. So one of the things that we have done is, before the construction of the bridge, during our engineering, we provided the full relocation of, with diving facilities, the full relocation of corals in the same environment that they used to be before, inside the construction site, but outside of the construction. Finished the bridge, and we relocated these corals back to the position. This is just an example of how we face the projects without considering that much the effect that is going to have in the economics of the project, but the effect that is going to have in the environment. 3 years back, we had a very big project with Chevron and ExxonMobil in the Caspian Sea. Caspian Sea is a very protected environment because it's a closed sea. We have mobilized around the world. We had mammal observers and fauna observers that we mobilized them from Australia, from England, from Australia, to be able to monitor the environment, to monitor the
the population of birds and animals, and to monitor the population of plants during a period of 3 years. And we realized, because of the actions that we have been taking to protect these populations, we have realized that in 3 years' time, the increase of the population, it was geometrically progressed. So these are reports that we have shared worldwide, and these are reports and these are actions that they made us very proud of being part of that project. The same thing, this experience, we try to import it to Greece to be able to combine these two worlds, to combine the world of technical capability of Argyrodon with the international experience and with the sensitivity on the environment.
I think this is critical, especially in our part of the world, in Southeast Europe, where there is a lot of criticism about environmental degradation and people are very sensitive about this issue. So your experience will be valuable in this aspect. My final question goes back to something that you mentioned about the economy and on local economy. So what is the effect that you think your projects can have on inclusiveness and on bringing up the employment potential also of port facilities, of the marine economy? How can that help in general create new sectors, new business opportunities for the region?
Look, I don't have numbers available, but what we have done is we have provided actually one study that we have been running for the past year with my colleagues that they are sitting there. How much Argyrodon has improved, let's say, the economy of Greece, or has imported money from the thousands of the Greek engineers and the Greek employers that they're working worldwide. Just to give you an idea also is we have a program that we are not mobilizing a lot of foreigners around the world. What we do, we do have a core group that is related to the discipline that we like to develop or we like to construct. We send a very small group of people that they are around them, they are building the environment of the execution of the project, and we are populating the rest of the seats of the employees with local people of the nationality of the country that we are executing the project. These numbers today are averaging on the percentage of 73%, which means that the 73% of the people that they are working in the country of the project that we are executing are locals. Now, in Greece,
sorry to interrupt. Do you train them? Do you create R&D centers?
We train them, and actually we do have a program which up to now is like 20,000 hours in training in different disciplines, in different sectors, and also we train them. These 20,000 hours that I have discussed are related to environment issues and health and safety issues. We like to send people to work every day, and we like these people every day to go back to their homes, to their families. So this is the structure, this is the DNA of our company. Related to the Greek economy, this is what I said. This is the reason why made us decide to be part of the whole supply chain in order to improve these percentages in Greece and be part of our economic growth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eftimiadis. Please welcome everyone. This was a great opportunity, and let's applaud the achievements of the company.
Thank you very much again for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
I tried to make Thank you. I wanted to be a little bit more policy. Some of these questions will be asked also.
work a lot with your embassy in Cairo. I work a lot with your embassy in Cairo. Yeah.
There are so many pillars of activity. Yesterday, I ran into your president.
Okay. Yeah.
So we had a chance to chat. Hello. They were very busy speaking with John Kerry.
Am I sitting here? So what are we doing?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I am Patrick Latham.
So much.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, very good. Let me make sure you have my current contact.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sachs. So, I suppose
We're talking about the real issues here.
the real issues here. As far as myself, I would prefer that I make my introductory statement from the podium.
Okay. Yeah. Will you start? Do you have a curve? Sure. Yeah.
This one? This one.
Yes.
That's quite good. Thank you. With my cup capacity.
Shall we get started? Yes. Okay. Welcome, everybody. I'm Jeffrey Sachs, a professor at Columbia University and president of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. We're at a very fascinating event organized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic on a fundamental theme: climate, peace, and security, lessening the risks of conflicts. Of course, we meet at a moment of devastating war, so this is not a hypothetical situation. Indeed, of course, we have two wars raging in the near region, but one immediately in the Eastern Mediterranean, in Gaza, as we speak today. A terrible war claiming thousands and thousands of lives, a war that absolutely has to stop. And let me say that it's a war not caused fundamentally by climate or environment. It is a war caused by politics, as most wars are. But it is a war where insecurity already has been made worse by climate. Water crisis, water scarcity, has definitely exacerbated the tensions and the difficulties in Gaza and in Israel and Palestine. Again, the war itself, though, is a war of politics and a very brutal war that has gone on far too long. We all believe that not only that such wars need to stop so that we can solve any of the other challenges that we're confronting at COP28, but we know that climate change is going to make everything even more fragile. Food security, water security, forced migration from coastal areas,
from drought areas, and so on. So we're here to talk about this interconnected set of challenges, and we have two very esteemed diplomats to guide us in this. First, I'm going to call on the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic, Deputy Minister Konstantinos Fragkogiannis. He's going to speak from the podium, and then we will hear from our distinguished Deputy Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt.
There you go. Thank you, Professor Sachs. It is a pleasure to see you, Minister, Ambassador. Lovely to be here with you today. As said by Professor Sachs, we are having this event at the premises of the Greek Pavilion in COP28 in the middle of certain crises that are all taking place. In one hand, we have the climate crisis itself. We have seen the consequences, in particular in 2023, but at the same time, we are having this conversation today in a tough neighborhood that suffers the consequences of two wars, one in Gaza and another one in Ukraine. So the purpose of our discussion today, of this event, is to see how the two are connected, the climate and the security, the peace and the humanity. So, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a warm good afternoon from myself, and I would like to thank you so much for accepting my invitation, the invitation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to join us at this important event in our pavilion. It is a pleasure and an honor to be among fellow colleagues who recognize the urgent need to address the consequences of climate crisis. I'm confident that our engaging discussion will provide valuable insights into the relationship between what was said by the professor, climate and security. COP28, like all conferences of the parties, along with the World Climate Action Summit, offers the opportunity for high-level presidency events and side sessions to cover its extensive agenda on global efforts to combat climate change. The high-level events bring together world leaders, as is the case in this event, ministers and negotiators to agree on how to address climate change. The side events, on the other hand, such as this one, provide an excellent opportunity to exchange ideas, learn from one another, share best practice and discuss solutions to emerging issues. In this context, we have gathered here today to reflect on the threat that the climate crisis poses to international security and prosperity. Before I delve into the topic of the interconnection between climate, peace and security, do allow me to briefly comment on the historical link between the natural environment and the fate of civilization. Natural emergencies such as droughts, floods, and crop failures often lead to chaos among populations. Long-term changes in the Earth's climate have caused once thriving societies like the Roman Empire, the Mayan civilization, and the Chinese Tang dynasty to decline. However, perhaps, and for those who do not have a vast knowledge of history, the most notable example of this explosive combination of climate disruption and political upheaval is the period surrounding the French Revolution of 1789. In the 1770s and the 1780s, France experienced extreme, unpredictable weather patterns. Summers were dry and searching, interrupted by violent thunderstorms, followed by harsh winter freezes, snowstorms, and sub-zero temperatures. These fluctuations had devastating effects on the French population, destroying crops, killing livestock, and creating a cycle of hunger, poverty, stress, fear, and hardship. The damage caused by these weather problems worsened an ongoing financial crisis that plagued the kingdom during the same period. In late 1788, France was hit by the coldest winter in almost a century, and the political conflict among the elite over financial, economic, and political reform reached a crescendo. Thomas Jefferson, America's minister to France at that moment in time, vividly describes the situation, stating, "There came on a winter of such severe cold as was without example in the memory of men or in the written records of history. All outdoor labor was suspended, and the poor, without the wages of labor, were of course without either bread or fuel." The harsh winter persisted for months, traumatizing the population of Paris. Fueled by political orators, the people erupted, leading to the outbreak of the revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, going beyond the history itself, Thomas Jefferson's account of the French Revolution serves as a dire warning. Scientists now understand that the climate disruptions experienced during that time were a result of natural processes. However, the crisis we are currently facing is caused by human actions, and unless we take immediate steps to address it, the situation will only worsen. Climate change brings about various consequences, including food insecurity, water scarcity and salination, health risks, displacement and migration, and sea level rise. This morning, I attended the national statements of the countries that take part in COP28. There was one that was stated by the Prime Minister himself of that country, whereby the threat of this particular place, where the highest point in its map is 2 meters above sea level, is unbelievably threatening to the population of this country. The rise in sea levels poses a significant threat to many coastal states, particularly those with low-lying coastal areas. By 2050, it is estimated that more than 1 billion people will face water scarcity. Soil degradation could rise to 90%, and there could be a 60% increase in demand for food. These impacts can intensify competition and rivalries over natural resources, leading to an increased risk of social tensions and instability. Climate change acts as a risk multiplier, affecting everyone, but it disproportionately affects individuals and communities that are already fragile and vulnerable, with limited capacity to cope with additional stocks. As we are all aware, this year the world has experienced its hottest northern hemisphere summer on record, and 2023 is projected to be the hottest year all around on record. Consequently, numerous countries, including Greece, have experienced extreme weather events, heat waves, wildfires, and devastating floods. These events serve as a stark reminder of the severe consequences that surpassing the 1.5 degrees Celsius target can bring about. Without a doubt, it is crucial that we take immediate and decisive action. In Greece, we are, ladies and gentlemen, fully committed to implementing the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. The Greek government considers the fight against climate change to be of utmost importance. Our national climate law serves as a guide for our transition towards achieving net zero emissions by 2050. It sets ambitious interim targets with specific objectives for reducing emissions in all sectors of the economy. According to this law, we are dedicated to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030, 80% by 2040, and ultimately achieving climate neutrality by 2050. Additionally, we have committed to phasing out the use of lignite for energy production by 2028 and transitioning to renewable energy sources. Given the alarming scientific predictions regarding the impacts of climate change in the Mediterranean basin, it is crucial for Greece and our neighboring countries in the region to adapt and enhance resilience to climate change. To address this, we have launched the national initiative GR Eco Islands, Greco Islands, Eco Islands. This groundbreaking initiative aims to transform Greek islands into exemplars of energy autonomy, circular economy, practices for water and waste management, and eco-friendly transportation. The transition towards sustainability not only contributes to economic growth and job creation, but also promotes sustainable development for local communities. Moreover, the green and sustainable development of Greek islands present an opportunity to serve as a model for other islands on remote areas worldwide. Now, this is not plans for the future. These are things that we have done already. Allow me to provide one such example, the Astipalea, it's a small island in the Aegean, smart and sustainable project. This project aims to transform the island into a completely energy-independent entity, focusing on 4 key pillars: electromobility, 24-hour shared services of e-vehicles, public transportation on demand, and infrastructure for testing autonomous driving. Fully supported by the Greek government, with the support of the Volkswagen Group, Astipalea is the first green and smart island in the entire Mediterranean. In addition, we are dedicated to expediting the process of reducing carbon emissions in the shipping industry by no later than 2050, in accordance with the greenhouse strategy set forth by the International Maritime Organization. So the beauty of these projects, these small projects in islands of the Aegean, is that it gives a lighthouse, an example to the world to follow. Lastly, we recognize the significant impact of climate change on maritime security. In light of this, the issues of climate change and maritime security will be addressed as part of the areas for action on the 9th Our Ocean Conference, which Greece will host in Athens this coming April 16 to 17 in 2024. Ensuring the safety of seas and oceans is crucial for climate regulation, blue growth, energy security, supply operations, and sustainable development. Dear friends, now more than ever, it is vital to increase our climate ambition and take decisive action to address the challenges we face. The global stocktake of COP28 provides a unique opportunity for countries and stakeholders to align their efforts in implementing the Paris Agreement and lay the foundation for updating and enhancing their nationally determined contributions. To effectively minimize climate threats, a holistic approach is necessary. This approach involves integrating and combining actions and policies on climate, development, finance, and security. Additionally, innovative multi-stakeholder partnerships play a central role in addressing climate change, particularly by strengthening strategic collaborations with the private sector, the civil society, the academia, and the scientists. In this regard, we must strive for a whole-of-society engagement to ensure that no one is left behind. This can be achieved by aligning the implementation of the Agenda 2030 with its sustainable development goals, fostering inclusivity and ensuring that all individuals and communities are actively involved in our collective efforts. Simultaneously, it is crucial to enhance our awareness of climate-related security risks by deepening our understanding on the connections between climate change effects and security. Collaborative efforts should be made to upgrade our knowledge, leading to improved risk assessments and more effective field-level policies. This will enable us to better comprehend, integrate, anticipate, and manage the impacts of climate change and international security. Furthermore, it is important to incorporate climate security concerns into early warning and conflict prevention systems. This is where technology can play its role and help us combat the effects of climate change. During the 78th UN General Assembly, our Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis called for the establishment of a global adaptation alliance. This alliance would serve as a platform for generating new collective thinking, fostering renewed cooperation, and providing access to new financial resources to drive short-term adaptation measures before it is too late. It is essential to invest more in sharing new technologies for advanced forecasting and modeling, enable us to predict with greater clarity and accuracy how this phenomena will behave. Identifying gaps and opportunities through climate action will be beneficial for the humanitarian system. Since Greece is a member of the EU, it is important to highlight that the EU and its member states have been leading efforts to address climate change for many years. Specifically, the EU has been addressing the intersection of climate and security since 2008. This work is ongoing, and in 2023, the EU launched a joint communication, a significant document that aims to enhance the integration of the climate, peace, and security nexus in the EU's external policies. This includes a range of concrete actions across various areas such as data, policies, missions, defense, and cooperation with third-party partners. Additionally, the interconnections between climate and security have been under discussion within the framework of the UN Security Council since 2007. As a result of these discussions, the majority of UN member states recognize the importance of advancing the climate security agenda, and it is evident that climate change is widely acknowledged as a challenge with significant implications for international security. For the aforementioned reasons, as you may be aware, the climate peace and security nexus is a fundamental pillar of Greece's candidacy as an elected member of the United Nations Security Council for the 2025-26 term. As a member of the UN Group of Friends on Climate and Security, Greece will actively support the continuation of relevant dialogues to enhance the UN's response to climate-related security risks. Alongside other countries, Greece will strive to promote the systematic integration of climate and environmental issues into the regular work of the UN Security Council. Dear all, it is evident that addressing the climate crisis requires synergistic efforts. To ensure the success of multilateral cooperation, it is crucial to prioritize both the mitigation and adaptation to climate change, while also enhancing the resilience of our natural and socio-economic systems. Therefore, here at COP28, it is of utmost importance that we work together to build a sustainable future by committing ourselves to a strong multilateral response. We can strive towards a better and more sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much for those words and for the report of the actions of the Hellenic Republic. I want to get a research project to study each of those islands in the next 10 years, if I can. They each need a careful site visit. So you have the most beautiful part of the world, so it's good to know what you're doing, what you are doing to protect it. And now we'll hear from Ambassador Hatem El Atawi from the perspective of the Arab Republic of Egypt.
Thank you very much. And first of all, let me at the outset thank the kind invitation of the Hellenic Republic for inviting Egypt to this event. Of course, as soon as we receive any invitation from the Hellenic Republic, our reply would always be, of course, we're here to support you in whatever endeavor you are taking. And I would like to thank personally His Excellency Mr. Fragioganis. I hope I pronounced it tolerably at least. Thank you. Evcharistopoli. I'm happy to share some thoughts about the COP27 presidency efforts to address the climate, peace, and security nexus. Being here at the Greek pavilion today brings to mind the many commonalities Egypt and Greece share in the neighborhood around the Mediterranean. I think there are no two sets of people that the phrase Mia Fatsa, Mia Ratsa applies to more. So I have been mistaken for a Greek citizen all through my life, and that's a thing that I'm proud of, actually. I'm like His Excellency, I'm a student of history, and the history of the effect of climate change on conflict and population is long-standing. Other than the French Revolution, I would take it a little bit backward and talk about something that we shared in Egypt and Greece as well, the late Bronze Age collapse, where all of a sudden all the major civilization around the Mediterranean faced collapse because of climate change and because of movement of population due to climate catastrophe around the Mediterranean. So recognizing that, let's move to conflict and climate. Let me start by emphasizing that while climate change may not in itself be a cause for conflict all the time, yet the adverse impact of climate change have far-reaching implications on peace, security, and sustainable development. The confluence of climate change and fragility is specifically prevalent in the global south, where climate change exacerbates already existing conflict and instability and hinders peace-building efforts all through the global south. And by no means this is a one-way street. In return, conflict and instability limits effective climate adaptation and resilience. The climate peace and security clearly manifests itself in climate-induced food and water insecurity, loss of livelihood opportunities, climate displacement, and resort to illegal coping mechanisms to adapt to the need ensued by climate and scarcity. And in that context, I would like to point that the Foreign Minister of Egypt just published an op-ed with the Director General of the International Organization of Migration, specifically on the effect of climate change on movement of people, which is very relevant to the topic that we are talking about today. The increased impact of climate change are having devastating effect on the livelihood and well-being of communities in the global south. Fragile and conflict affect settings are especially vulnerable, affects settings that are especially vulnerable. It is estimated that 60% of the 20 countries identified as the most vulnerable to climate change are affected by armed conflict, and 7 out of 10 countries most affected by climate change are in Africa. The confluence of limited adaptive capacity and high exposure to climate impacts are conflict could push more than 100 million Africans to migrate by 2050, increased risks of intercommunal tensions and violence, and exacerbating pre-existing fragility. Climate change and fragility do not exist in vacuum, nor are they removed from each other. Indeed, the narrative of climate security is not new to the global scene, nor within the COP itself. However, there still persists the fragmented and siloed frame of mind in approaching this issue. A significant gap persists between the global, regional, and national efforts to tackle the impact of climate change and those dealing with sustainable peace. This is not a local issue, this is not a national issue, it's not a regional issue, it's not a global issue. It's all of the above. Is interacting with each other. Each level is spilling over to the other level. And to be able to approach or to design a way to tackle any of them, you need to tackle them in a holistic manner. There are 3 priorities in this regard. the need to shift the narrative of climate security and adopt a narrative that focuses on climate, peace, and development to ensure that climate response are holistic, integrated. Emphasize the urgency of building synergies between climate adaptation and peace building to holistically address climate-related vulnerabilities as well as fragility and conflict risks. And the third element would be work to break implementation silos among the climate peace building development communities and building complementarity through catalyzing climate adaptation through peace positive approaches and adding a climate lens to peace building efforts. And I'm very encouraged by what His Excellency mentioned on the adaptation agenda and the Hellenic leadership in this field. With the above in mind, the Egyptian presidency of the COP27 was determined to address this gap. And since the selection of Egypt as the COP27 president, the COP27 presidency has never shied away from championing the causes of the Global South. While the historical agreement on loss and damage usually comes to mind when it comes to championing the interest of the Global South by the COP27 presidency, I would argue actually that equally important was utilizing the COP platform to present an integrated approach for climate peace and security, where peace and development needs and priorities are front and center. To address the importance of the integrated climate response, the COP27 presidency launched the initiative Climate Response for Sustainable Peace, what we call CRISP. CRISP is the first initiative to be launched by a COP presidency addressing relations between climate peace while being anchored in the principles of context specificity and national ownership of climate response. Out of experience, anything that is advised from the outside is usually taken by very critical eyes in the field itself. So for responses to be relevant and for responses to be worthwhile, they have to respond to needs on the ground itself. They have to respond to activities on the ground itself. The CRISP aims to, number one, connect communities working on climate, peace building, and humanitarian issues. 2, catalyze action through scaling up best practices. And 3, impact by addressing the needs of local communities which are the forefront of climate and conflict. The initiative has 4 pillars that cuts across the different dimensions of the climate, peace, and development nexus. Strengthening the climate adaptation and peace building nexus, strengthening climate resilient food systems for sustaining peace, advancing durable solution for climate displacement, and 4, scaling up climate financing for sustainable peace. CRSP is being implemented through capacity building, research, and knowledge production and convening. One of our partners in that is the Cairo International Center for Conflict Resolution, Peacekeeping and Peace Building, known as CCCPA, at the Implementation Secretariat of the CRISP. CCCPA launched a training course on climate programming for sustainable peace for policymakers and relevant officials from African countries with knowledge and skills to design integrated response to tackle climate risk. The training course trained over 50 national officials from various national governments in Africa on how to understand the climate, peace, and development nexus and how to address and respond to it through the national policymaker process, thus strengthening national ownership and context specificity of these responses. In addition, CCCPA partnered with the UNDP on 2 expert academies that trained national policymakers across the Global South on climate policy and finance for peace. As His Excellency said, we have done a lot, but a lot needs to be done. And we need to do much more in the future to be able to respond to this challenge. While this discussion is building momentum through the COP, we must address that the gaps still persist and our work as a collective global community is not done. It is imperative to adopt a multidimensional scope in advancing the climate, peace, and development nexus. And this can be done through three main takeaways. The capacity gap that persists on the national level hinder our ability to move forward with the operationalization of the climate, peace, and development nexus. Capacity building in this regard can be viewed horizontally in the sense of enabling the different communities of climate adaptation, peace building, and development do better synergy policies and responses, as well as vertically where organizations, national entities, and local communities complement each other's capacity to better contextualize climate and peace building response on the ground. Strengthening complementarity and cooperation across regional, sub-regional, and national stakeholders is critically needed as well to ensure that climate response are holistic, integrated, and bolster peace building and development efforts in fragile and conflict-affected settings. And finally, the need to bring the needs and priorities of the Global South to the forefront of policy discussions cannot be separated from the need to address the issue of climate financing to the Global South. Financing integrated peace-positive climate response, de-risking climate finance as a way for preventive climate action, and ensuring the communities on the ground in these contexts have access to financing mechanisms. Thank you very much once again for this kind invitation to the Hellenic Pavilion, a place I would consider home, and I'm looking forward for the discussion that will come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Minister, for your wise remarks and also for bringing us climate history. And I'll just add two pieces of climate history, if I might. Egypt was the first place in world history to do climate adaptation policy. If you remember in the beginning of the Bible, when the Pharaoh has a dream of 7 fat cows followed by 7 skinny cows, Joseph says, well, you should remember that means you're going to have 7 good years of rain followed by 7 dry years. So you should save your grain in the good years. And of course, Egypt stored up the grain in the granaries. And when the drought came, people came from all over the Levant to Egypt to stay alive. And so you invented climate policy right at the beginning, and we should take note of that. And of course, Greece gives us many lessons of knowing climate and weather. But one of the most decisive in history was in 480 BCE, when the commander of the Greek fleet knew the weather details in the Bay of Salamis, when the great battle, naval battle between the Persians and the Greeks was about to take place. Themistocles knew that the weather changed late in the morning with a change of wind pattern. And so he knew that the Persian triremes would be pushed sideways at a decisive moment. And that's when the Greeks defeated the Persians in the Battle of Salamis and, well, saved Western history at least. One of Greece's leading climate scientists, Christos Xeraphos, who is the leader of the Academy of Athens, has written a thorough explanation of that wind pattern in the Bay of Salamis, which till today changes at about 10:30 in the morning. And so if you know it, you can win some big battles. You should know your weather well, because it may save your life in the end, I think is the lesson of both of these. Now, I want to say we're at COP28. We've known that means for 28 years since COP1 in Berlin that we have a crisis. We have not solved this crisis at all. The situation is much worse today than it was in 1995. Greenhouse emissions have risen sharply since then. The weather and the warming is accelerating. And at COP28, we're still wondering how to solve the problems. And of course, it's a more general issue that I want to raise, and that is we're not good at solving problems globally, period. It's 28 years since COP1, and it's 31 years since the Framework Convention was adopted. It's 56 years since UN Security Council Resolution 242 called for peace between Israel and Palestine and said that peace needs to be achieved on the basis of the June 4, 1967 borders, and Resolution 338, which came 6 years later, called for 2 states living side by side. And we're meeting today when Israel is devastating Gaza in bombing, and there is no state of Palestine. So we're not good even when we have the solutions that are voted by the Security Council. And we have to ask, how are we going to get more consequent outcomes? Because here today we're watching ethnic cleansing, even a genocide taking place in front of our eyes, and it's not stopping. It's just happening. And we can't even seem to stop that when we've had about 30 UN Security Council resolutions till now saying that these 2 nations have to live side by side with each other, and the borders are already established what they should be. So how can we solve this climate crisis when we can't agree on politics? And I think it's a very, very big and serious question for us. We need to learn the real lessons of history. And the region that we're talking about is the most ancient region in the world. I think Egypt can claim to be the most ancient civilization on our planet. It's taught us so much wisdom over so long, for 5,000 years. And so much of our wisdom today comes from Egypt, actually. What are we going to do to learn to live together and not have these incredible wars that are so destructive and so taking us away from what really matters and from the problems that we really need to solve urgently? So I have 2 of the world's leading diplomats here, and I don't know whether they want to share any thoughts about that. My one suggestion, if I could give a suggestion, is that we need solutions by regional decision-making that is much stronger. We can't expect necessarily the world to solve the local problems, and we can't expect one country by itself to do it. So the regional solutions are key. I was very impressed about 10 days ago, or 2 weeks, no, maybe it's even about 3 weeks ago now, when the Arab and Islamic leaders met in Riyadh and put forward very practical ways to stop the war in Gaza. And that's a regional approach that I think is extremely important. How can we get a regional approach for stopping the wars, establishing peace in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East, and directing attention to the climate crisis, which is a common crisis everywhere in this region? And I had the personal experience of being in Iran and touring and seeing the drying of all of the water area and the terrible sandstorms that are coming from the climate drying, and then going next door to Saudi Arabia, same story. But at the time, they weren't talking to each other. So when I proposed a joint research program, it was politically impossible. Now it's politically possible. But we need to understand the whole region is facing a common crisis. It is the cradle of civilization. It is the cradle of humanity. How can we get the region to solve the problems together and show us the way forward? Thank you. I'll put this as a question to our two leading diplomats.
Well, thank you so much for the question and for the wisdom behind it. The truth of the matter is that, as you well said, often a crisis may lead to a positive triggering factor towards nations that ordinarily would not talk to each other to eventually speak with each other under a threat that has to do with both. What we are speaking of is the flooding, is the forest fires, the wildfires, is the rise of the sea level, and all of the effects of the climate change. But I think we ought to do three fundamental steps. Step number one is to avoid misinformation and disinformation by providing proper and accurate information. We need to educate our people for the consequences and the impact of not doing what we ought to do to their lives. And trust me, not everyone comprehends and understands and has the same motivation that we all have in this room today. So we need to convince our people that their attitude, their behavior ought to change to their benefit, because otherwise they will suffer the consequences. It is not so much to save the planet as much as to save the humankind and the humanity that pertains to it. The second step that we ought to take is to develop policies at a regional level that will provide the needed step forward. It makes no difference if Greece does all things right and all of its neighbors do all of things wrong. I mean, it won't lead to a success. And at the end of the day, the Greek people will come up to the Greek government and say, we've done what you asked us to, you did what you were expected to do, but the result was zero. So it's a thing that has to do with the region, it is a thing that has to do with the planet, with the humanity. And the third thing we ought to do is to use the technologies that are available today to support the missing link between doing what is right and not knowing what to do. For example, I'll just use one example because this may lead to a conversation that will keep us in this room until late at night. But the one example I will use is the early warning fire detection systems in wildfires. There are technologies through optical recognition, artificial intelligence, satellite direct live photography that gives you a signal that a forest fire is about to begin at this particular point in the Greek or the Bulgarian or the Italian or the Turkish territory. And so the earlier you mobilize yourself, the better off you are. So information, policy making, and technological support towards combating and adapting to what we are going through.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you for the wisdom in the words that you have just mentioned. And I share your sentiment completely for the need of to have regional approaches, because as you said, not one country can do anything on its own. It's very good if you clean up your air, but you don't have monopoly on your air. Your air is moving and you're getting air from neighboring countries. And that's why we need to always work together. If we're talking about that, I am a perennial optimist person. And I think there is a solution, and the world, when it recognizes the challenge that is facing, steps up to the solution. The ozone layer was dealt with very successfully. That gives us a working model, if you will. And it gives us a working model because everyone came together, recognized what we need to do, and helped everyone else to do what we need to do. And the same has to be done with climate change. We need to work on very ambitious targets, but we also have to implement what we agreed to already. We also have to enable others to implement what we agreed to. We have to help countries to implement adaptation, mitigation, and we have to provide the finance for that. One point I have to mention, since we talked about the conflict and climate, on forced displacement and forcing population to go out of their areas is not only a war crime, it's also a real threat to the whole ecosystem of the area that it exists in. And we have to be very careful, and we have to be very strong in preventing that from happening. Thank you.
I think we are at the end of the hour with a wonderful two diplomats who have given us a very clear direction forward. Let me thank the Hellenic Republic for hosting us, and thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Minister, for this wonderful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking everybody.
Okay, I think we should start. Γεια σας, τι κάνετε, καλά είσαστε, χαίρομαι που σας βλέπω. Ο Τζεφ, ο Γιάννης, πού είναι ο Τζεφ? Πάλι δεν δουλεύει αυτό. Okay, I think it's a good time to start. The idea of this session is to showcase the work of the Global Climate Hub, which is a thematic hub within the UN SDSN network, the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network that Jeff is leading, which brings together 2,000 institutions across the world, research and university institutions working on sustainability solutions. Our mission is to try to provide capacity to each and every country in the world in order to implement net zero and resilient pathways for climate change. So what we need nowadays is not just a very upscale energy and climate path. We need detailed decarbonization and land use pathways combined in order to give us implementable mitigation and adaptation solutions, pathways, dynamic pathways across different scales at the regional, national, and subnational level. And this is the mission of the hub, and we aim to develop these pathways in a co-designing mode with all the relevant stakeholders. The policymakers, the politicians, the businesses, the financial institutions, the NGOs, the civil society working with the scientists in order to have science-based solution pathways that are clear enough for them and they are acceptable to them. By making all stakeholders co-designers, owners, and shareholders of the pathways, you increase the probability of implementation. And it's implementation and acceleration of the implementation that we need. The SDSN hubs across the world, and there is a hub in almost all countries in the world, have as members all the universities and research centers, but in addition, they have a leadership council which is composed of prominent politicians, businessmen, people from the financial sector, representatives from all the NGOs, and these people are allowing the connection to the stakeholders that become co-designers of the solution pathways. The work of the hub is supported by many projects, competitively financed projects, which support almost 200 researchers and have a very significant accumulated budget. And of course, what we do is done within this policy framework. The SDGs, the climate agreement, if we are working in Europe, is the European Green Deal. I will come back to this, but I will first show you the actual work that has been completed, which shows decarbonization pathways for EU 27, for the UK, for the Balkans, and for Southeast Asia. This is the work that we have completed until now. The structure of the hub, it's informative of what we think that is needed in order to really provide the countries with holistic pathways. And holistic means that I take into account all the relevant aspects of the decarbonization pathway. So first, we have a climate data platform and digital applications unit that is led by Professor Ioannidis. We have an atmospheric physics and climatology unit. We have an energy and climate unit, which models the decarbonization pathways of the energy system and the transport system. We have a land use and climate unit, which models decarbonization pathways for the land use system and the water, food, energy, and biodiversity nexus. We have a unit on climate and health, which monetizes the effects of climate on mental and physical health, integrates into cost-benefit analysis. We have an innovation acceleration unit, which at the moment incubates more than 500 startup innovative ideas with very high TLS that are readily integratable with the transition pathways. Innovation is a very big part of the story. We have a Just Transition unit. Who finances the transition, the transformation? How do we care for the vulnerable? What fiscal and financial instruments, what kind of blended finance, public and private, can we use in order to finance and at the same time mitigate the regressive effects? We also have a transformative participatory approaches unit, which is led by Dr. Epunakinsere, which is the unit that co-designs with the stakeholders, and finally a unit on education, training, upskilling, and reskilling. The first unit that I'm gonna go into is the climate and energy modeling unit, and Dogan Gellers, my colleague from the Technical University of Denmark, where I hold my second professorship, will be showcasing EU25 decarbonization pathways, also for the UK, Western Balkans, and not just decarbonization pathways, but also a very focused analysis of the hydrogen corridors and the optimal mixture of energy sources around Europe and beyond. Dogan, are you there? Is Dogan there? Is he there? Anyway, I can start presenting it, and if he connects, I will. He's there? Hello, Dogan? I can present it, but it would be nice for you. Can you click here? Can you click here? Can you click here? So, the climate and energy system pathways. What we use is a very systemic model, a very integrated model that takes into account all the sectors of the economy: energy supply, energy demand, climate policy, and simulation of different scenarios, providing detailed values for all the relevant variables. Okay, next. This is not working, your clicker. Click next. Click the next. Next slide. Okay. So the aim of this study was to investigate how we can most effectively, cost-efficiently reach European decarbonization targets. And our guiding policy is the Fit for 55. these 13 legislative proposals that have been voted for in 2023. And we focus on how each country aligns with the greenhouse gas emission targets. And we have system-wide scenarios and national scenarios. This is the Balmoral model. This is a model that we've been developing for 26 years in DTU, and is the most integrated model that you can find for the energy transition. We simulate the Balmoral model within carbon budgets. So we have a budget included for all sectors, ETS sectors, ESRs for building sectors, and additional GDP adjusted for countries without other schemes, that is the non-EU countries. And if we look at the energy system production pathway, this is how it looks. We have phase out of fossil fuel-based energy, and this is done through electrification and renewables. Natural gas proves difficult to replace without the carbon budget. So it's good to work within the carbon budgets. This is what Greece does. This is what the EU does. This is not what the Balkans do. This is not yet fully implemented in the UK. And we have the transition pathway for each country, but these are the holistic results. In addition, we have scenarios for linear emissions reduction. So emissions from natural gas are consistent across scenarios, while emissions for coal and lignite is reduced in the national scenario. Then you can see what happens to the overall system of emissions. The overall system of emissions falls below the allocated budget, so the EU is within, first of all, the non-EU, which are basically the Balkans in this particular study. We have a budget overshoot here, and it is very strong in the EU Balkan countries. Within the EU, where we have the countries operating within the carbon budgets, we have very good results. Most countries meet the EU target of 42.5%, and for several countries missing the mark, nuclear takes up significant electricity share. And with regards to the national profile of Poland and Serbia and Albania, which have idiosyncratic features, in Poland, the nationally applied budget reduces coal production and electricity export. In Serbia, trade is utilized heavily, and we have expansion sooner than in the national scenario. And in Albania, we have high hydro capabilities, allowing for trading and net exports. The overall system, if you look at the overall system, the cost is higher in the national carbon budget scenario. However, the difference is small compared to an EU-based carbon budget. Now, with regards to hydrogen, hydrogen is a very interesting case because we know that for 55, by 2030, we need to produce 40 gigawatts from hydrogen. REPowerEU identifies 10 megatons of annual domestic production and 10 megatons of import of renewable hydrogen. And this requires 10 gigawatts of domestic electrolysis installed capacity. The budgets, the targets are continuously becoming more ambitious, but this is a very interesting map. Why? Because it showcases the right-hand side showcases the optimal mixture of different energies across the countries in Europe. And not only that, but also the corridors that transport energy from one country to another. What is interesting here is that the South has cost effectiveness advantage compared to the North with regards to renewables and with regards to hydrogen, whereas the North has offshore and onshore wind. Now we know that the biggest demand for electricity, some of it to be covered by hydrogen, is in Germany. And a geopolitical question is arising whether it makes sense to remain in Germany or move southern where there is capacity for hydrogen production. Not just the actual production, but also the carbon capture and storage, which demands specific underground quality in order to use it as a place to save, let's say, the carbon, to store the carbon. So to cut a long story short, the southern part of Europe has huge potential for renewable energy and hydrogen production, and the cost of transporting this energy to the north, where most of industry is, might not be the most effective, cost-efficient solution. Next slide, please. Is not working. Can you move the next slide? Okay, and here you can actually see the future hydrogen trading and infrastructure, where you can produce it and where it needs to go if we don't restructure the location of industry. This is serious for the southern world of Europe to collaborate to figure out how they deal with this very interesting potential here. So if you look at the report, you will get a very detailed decarbonization pathway, the optimal mixture of energy sources, the optimal location of production, and the optimal infrastructure for transferring the production of different energy sources for each and every country and for Europe as a whole. I cannot present all that in detail, but in conclusion, let me say that we can achieve the policy targets in the European Green Deal, the Fit for 55 and Repower EU for a decarbonized Europe. It is feasible achievement in the pan-European energy system. The choice of carbon budgets implementation, it's important, and it impacts individual countries' ability to meet the targets. And I'm very happy that most of the countries have carbon budgets. The implementation method can mitigate production and export for non-renewable sources and foster trade. And the 4 corridors of hydrogen trading between the periphery and Central Europe raise very important geopolitical questions. I will stop here for a comment from Jeff, the president of UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, Professor Jeff Sachs of Columbia University, and then we will go back very quickly to the detail of the hub and showcase also not just energy system decarbonization pathways, but also land use system decarbonization pathways and how we integrate the two for the mitigation and adaptation strategies. Jeff?
Great. Thank you very much. And what very impressive work the Hub is doing. Congratulations. It's really the most integrated work anywhere, putting together all of the different components of the mitigation adaptation agenda and in the context of the broader sustainable development goals. So it's extremely important work. And it's also extremely difficult work because we're trying to understand a pathway over a quarter century or over 30 or even 40 or 50 years. And this is, of course, a very unusual kind of analysis, very unusual from a political point of view, what we need to accomplish, both in terms of the complexity of the agenda, the temporal dimension, because governments don't like to think beyond the next news cycle or the next election cycle, but to have to work over a 1 to 2 generation period is very, very difficult. And as Phoebe's maps showed just now, also the spatial scale is extremely important. The hydrogen infrastructure, for example, you saw is at least a European-wide challenge. But I would say if we walked over to the pavilions of the countries in the Gulf region, they would say, what about us? We're the suppliers of hydrogen. We just need to get the hydrogen to Europe. And this will raise all sorts of issues, geopolitical issues, financial issues, substantive environmental and cost issues. So we're dealing with an agenda that is beyond normal politics by far and beyond what markets can possibly accomplish, because not only are all the market signals not correct for what we need to do, this is self-evident, they can't simply be fixed by adding a carbon price and then letting all of this sort out. We're dealing with not competitive market situation. We're dealing with natural monopolies, with network design that do not lend themselves to market-based answers, although one can sometimes use market tools as one of the supports, but not the self-design. This is not self-organizing at all. So first, congratulations. Second, our question is how to translate this into actual policies and actual outcomes. Europe is a very good case, actually, in a way exemplary, because at least Europe set the goals up front. So the European Green Deal is not a plan. It is not a pathway. It is not even European, especially, even though it covers the EU 27. It's not a European-wide policy. It's a country-by-country set of targets, actually, without clarity on the interlinking across the countries. But the European Green Deal has promoted the thinking, so how do we meet these objectives? And since Europe set targets for mid-century, it's promoting this kind of thinking. The role of the Climate Hub is to fill in the blanks, as it were, to now add a lot of structure, very detailed analytics, state-of-the-art modeling in each of those blocks, and also to learn how to do this, because just as it's unusual for a policy point of view, it's quite unusual from a research point of view as well, which is typically focused on one of these issues, not on the integrated study and design question over such a long horizon and a complex horizon as well. So I think it's changing the way we do economic analytics. It's beyond economics. It's economics, engineering, Earth systems analytics, and how we actually integrate these different components. Part of the idea of the Climate Hub is that it goes global, of course. So Europe is most advanced in the regional policy design, it is becoming the most advanced in the actual implementation, although that is more complicated than the setting the goals. But it's also an inspiration, therefore, to the rest of the world, and also directly interlinked with the rest of the world through EU policies that are going to put on carbon border adjustment mechanisms and also supply chain mechanisms that are already part of European law and that are forcing a rather urgent examination of policy in the rest of the world to be compliant with the EU, which is a major, if not the major market for many other places in the world. So green deals are emerging all over the world that are modeled in a way on the European Union Green Deal and need the underlying analytics. I think going forward, this will be an extraordinarily rich basis for design, but making the links now between the analysis and real implementation will be itself a major challenge. And Phoebe and team are speaking a lot with policymakers all the time, but we need to figure out how to do this even more systematically, I would say. As I listen to this, we definitely need a 2-day conference early in 2024 where there are, say, deputy ministers that are coming from all of the countries, and they're sitting for 2 days in shirt sleeves rolled up, real work of, maybe that's already happening.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
You're always 10 cycles faster than I am, which is the point. But we really need, no, that doesn't work for us. Are you crazy? We're never going to take our hydrogen from that one. We're not building that pipeline because this region objects to this pipeline. Could you stick the pipeline this way rather than this way? And so getting this truth tested at the political level is very, very important. And then I think one of the great tests for our work is the finance side, because finance does not work all that well for this kind of complex, structured challenge. Usually companies will go out on their own credit to obtain whatever project capital they need. Governments will raise funds based on their sovereign ratings. And I think one of the main changes of finance that is needed in the future is finance that's based on detailed strategies, which usually is not the way sovereign finance is raised, or even, I don't know, something in between project finance and general all-purpose financing. Governments generally don't have to justify what they're doing in detail, but on the other hand, they don't get the benefit of a detailed strategy in the pricing that they face. And of course, what we're seeing developed right now are thematic green bonds, SDG bonds, and other markets in which the theory, at least, is that a better plan is going to yield a better yield, a better result, better creditworthiness, lower costs, more reliable finance. And I think this is a great test for us. Can we make capital flow to the right strategies on the terms that capital needs to flow? The answer so far for much of the world is no. It's all fine and good what you're doing, but you're not investment grade. We're not going to finance you at anything like the terms that are needed. But maybe top-level design, long-term pathways, better strategies can underpin a new financial model in which finance really flows to the right kinds of projects for the long term. And the projects look a lot risky than they otherwise would because there's a detailed underlying economic and ecological justification for them, so that they're deemed to be exactly the kind of financing that is actually needed to be undertaken. So I see this work as building a new kind of policy, design, and implementation. This is not normal policy making, and nothing is normal about the policy making that is needed. And it took 28 COPs so far to reach that realization, and it probably will take a few more to actually get to where we need to go. But I think what you've just seen is really state of the art, and we're going to keep supporting Phoebe and this wonderful team to keep testing it, improving it, and then pushing it to market delivery. So thank you very, very much. And I will bid you all adieu.
Now, in order to be able to use all these models, the data requirements, it doesn't work. The data, yes. Yeah, of course.
Sorry. An advertisement, just because it's exactly the same theme. There will be a discussion on December 5th, all morning at the UNFCCC Pavilion, led by GuideCo, which is one of the partners of SDSN. GuideCo is the Global Energy Interconnection Development Cooperation Organization of the China State Grid. And what they do is engineering analytics for where the grid should be to connect the renewable energy systems around the world. And it's superb work. And it's a superb morning of all of the UN regional bodies and UN organizational leadership getting together to talk about energy interconnection. So it's exactly on the theme.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Very important work and very consistent with what we are doing on the hub. In order to run all these models, we need data and platforms to collect, aggregate, connect, and visualize the data, and integrate geospatial and socioeconomic data. And we have exactly the person who can do that and has been doing this technological ICT work for the last 30 years across Europe and beyond. So Professor Yannis Ioannidis, the floor is yours to showcase what we are doing in the first unit of the hub.
Thank you very much, Phoebe. One thing that I don't think has been mentioned, or maybe not mentioned enough, is this is presented here because the global climate hub of UNSDSN is headquartered in Athens. So it is global, the emphasis is global, but it's thanks to the leadership of Phoebe and the right vision of Jeff. We have it in Athens. It is global, of course. There are people from everywhere that work in all these units, but yes, Athens it is. And I'm the digital guy, okay? And as Phoebe said, in order to capture the vision of the Global Climate Hub, which is to try what-if scenarios, to figure out what are the right pathways, to come up with the science, technology, and innovation activities to get there, you need us. You need people, digital people, to get the data, to get the models, to put them in a digital context, and then based on that, proceed. And so this is unit number 1. And what we do is all data that are related, the ability to bring in, to have an infrastructure, and the word infrastructure is important, to bring the data, to bring the models, and then make them interoperate, integrate them, curate them, and make them work as part of a whole, not 55 things differently running elsewhere, individually set up, which is all great, and it's already happening, and some forms of integration are already happening. But how can you have a resource for the world to be able to come and simulate, to model, and proceed this way? That's what we are. And as a true digital person, I have to show a picture like this with a bunch of boxes and arrows that show the architecture of the infrastructure. I won't go through all of it, but on the left, this. Okay, well, it points here, but not to the screen. Okay, that's very useful. Okay, so on the left is where the data are coming from. On the bottom is the true infrastructure. And then on the right is where you get the data and you visualize it, analyze it, and maybe we want to lead to the digital twin of the various things that we do. And in the middle, and of course, the end result is where we want to go up there. What if scenarios, recommendations, and so on and so forth. And the middle, which hope, thankfully, and for that, of course, to capture the vision. But very luckily, I have an animation that leads to the middle part where I cannot get the laser pointer. That part that I kind of grade are the models. We don't do this. The experts like Phoebe and Zerefos and a whole bunch of other colleagues around the world are, yes, yes. Well, you'll hear from the true mouth of the scientists building the models very soon for some of them. The experts are building them, maybe with help with digital people as well, but they know the domain. They know what it means to model. They know what data is necessary, what data is input, what data is output, and so on and so forth. How do you have the infrastructure that someone will bring in such models? Now a bunch of them that are showcased here have been chosen, and they are applied. But we're not building this for 1 year or 2 years. We're building for the future. So we're building an infrastructure that should accept the next model that will be chosen or will be developed to be well integrated with what it is. The rest that is not grayed out is what we're building. And we're building it piece by piece because nobody came out and said, well, here is X million of euros and just do it. We're building piece by piece. Here are 3 European projects that help us build some of those pieces. Arsenoi on the left is the one where we are coming up with people experiencing in virtual reality and augmented reality, answering questions, oh, I'm willing to pay for this, I'm willing to do that, and then they see the consequences, the good consequences or the not enough consequences that come out of it, and then they experience and hopefully they change their mindset on what they can do. The second one is purely getting lots of data on high-performance computing and artificial intelligence analysis, quite sophisticated, to come up with policy recommendations. And this is addressed to policy making. And the right one, which hasn't started yet, is to really get a digital twin of for European cities in order to address the climate challenges and adaptation and mitigation strategies. Here is the VR experiments that I mentioned. I already described this. It is choice experiment questionnaires. Are you willing to do this, or are you willing to do that? Or are you willing to not do anything? And then they see, you know, them being the consequences in the climate and their health, environment, and so on and so forth. Really fascinating work. And the other one is what I said about coming up with analyzing results of science, technology, innovation, and so on in a way that gives us what are the right things to choose, what are the right transformations across society in order to achieve SDGs. This is a really broad effort, again, with led by the scientists like Phoebe, the AI technology that came in to capture that. So this is the digital, this is the message from the digital world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yanni. Thank you so much. So Yannis has showcased this, which I love. I love this slide. and basically the Palmore result I just showed you for Europe and the Balkans and UK, but we work with this model to go beyond Africa and Asia now. The Fable one is the land use models, and also some additional models from the Southeast Asia hub working on climate. So very quickly now, I'm just going to show you how we do the Fable, the land use models, and then you will hear from the, for the pathways from Southeast Asia. And then I will show you how we connect everything together in order to get the socioeconomic narrative, the policies, how you pay for this, and what kind of packages you need in order to really implement financial, fiscal, and social packages in order to implement the solution pathway. So, beyond energy modeling, you need to understand that one serious part of what we need to figure out is how to regulate land use. Because land use includes agriculture and forest and other smaller sectors. Forest capture CO2, agriculture has emissions. The way you use land is crucial for the decarbonization pathway. And what we have developed, it's a big consortium called Fable Consortium. We have developed a calculator that allows you to detail land use between agriculture and forest and other sectors, and at the same time meet food security, biodiversity global goals as per COP on biodiversity, and European if you are in Europe, and US if you are in America, and so on, and also climate targets. And this is where we work with this Fable Consortium. So we have pathways for these countries. Because we are now in the Greek pavilion, I'm going to show you very quickly a sketch for Greece. This presentation for the Global Climate Hub has also been showcased at the UNFCCC pavilion, because what we do is under the auspices of the UNFCCC Innovation Hub. So it is endorsed by the UN, beyond the UN SDSN network, which is under the auspices of the General Secretary of the UN. So for Greece, we have three distinct pathways: the current trends, the national commitments, the global sustainability targets. And we showcase that it is possible with increasing livestock and crop productivity, change in diets, and change in agroecological practices to achieve food security, to achieve global biodiversity targets, and to achieve climate mitigation. So we simulate scenarios that are consistent with the targets that we have signed, we already committed to, and are consistent with the EU Fit for 55. They are consistent with the Common Agriculture Policy. They are consistent with the forest policy embedded in the European Green Deal, in addition to the digital policy. And we can showcase, you can see it on the right-hand side of your presentation, that by 2040, we can achieve net zero agriculture emissions and forestry. Now, with regards to Southeast Asia, I would like to ask my colleague from the Asian Hub, is called the Asian Hub for Climate Policy, Yen Yon Leong, working with TAI, Wing TAI, and Jim Platts, linking the renewable energy ecosystem with the land use ecosystem in order to derive workable net zero pathways.
Thank you, Professor Phoebe. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. ASEAN Green Future is a multi-year research project launched in 2021. It involves SDSN, Climate Works Center, and 9 country teams from universities and think tanks across Southeast Asia. The researchers undertake climate policy analysis, and we develop net zero pathways to inform policy recommendations and support the strategic foresight of policymakers. One of the major decarbonization and recarbonization pathways that we are exploring is producing wood pellets from tree plantations developed on deforested land. Now, recarbonization here refers to nourishing natural ecosystems and encouraging them to grow and expand. Southeast Asia, Southeast Asia is the world's 4th largest energy consumer, and fossil fuels makes up 83% of its energy mix, and energy demand is expected to rise. In a high renewable energy scenario in Southeast Asia, the key technology will be solar PV, followed by wind, hydro, and biomass. ASEAN countries have a regional target of 35% renewable energy shared in installed capacity by 2025. And natural gas is considered pivotal in ensuring grid stability, whilst more variable renewables are added. Now, although gas is a lower emission fossil fuel, it still emits 490 grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per kilowatt hour. So, we ask the question, is there a better alternative to replace coal-fired plants' base load power and support high renewable energy penetration? From this chart, you see that biomass has half the emission intensity of natural gas. Biomass power generation has been constrained by inconsistent feedstock supply, unstable feedstock prices, and rural collection challenges in Southeast Asia. It is also bulky, difficult to compact, and wet, which causes inefficient conversion to power. These obstacles constrain biomass as a mid-merit power. In Southeast Asia, it has not taken center stage as a renewable energy investment opportunity like solar and wind, despite the expectation that biomass will become a key contributor in the bioenergy space. To supply baseload power, a standardized biomass fuel is needed. For example, wood pellets, because it can be easily traded and transported and purchased and stockpiled in advance of need. The production of wood pellets cannot just depend on more efficient collection of agricultural and forestry residues. Tree plantations are necessary to ensure a stable raw material supply. Now, we are aware of Enviva's near collapse. Enviva is the world's largest wood pellet producer in the US. We are aware of Drax questionable wood sourcing practices. Drax has a wood pellet field power station in the UK and also runs an international wood pellet supply chain business. Landslide linked to acacia plantations in central Vietnam that feeds wood pellet mills there. And the scientific case built against burning forest biomass for energy. Now, many of these shortcomings could be improved through better corporate governance, internal controls, policies and procedures to drive coherent climate-related matters disclosure, and engagement with external auditors. During the period of 2001 to 2019, Southeast Asia lost 61 million hectares of forest. This is an area that is larger than Thailand. We lost it to plantations, logging, and mining. Now, national governments usually mandate timber and mining companies to replant, and even have measures to induce compliance. Despite that, the replanting results are often unsatisfactory. The reasons are identified below, and all these failure reasons identified could be attributed to the lack of intent for replanting to be successful, because the economic benefit is not clear to the timber and mining companies, who see forests as a consumable good. Now, the key insight to understanding what drives sustainability is to understand the difference between consumable goods and capital assets. It is the difference between immediate value consumption and long-term value creation. By combining replanting and tree plantation in development, both environmental and economic goals can be achieved. An economic motivation is necessary, but insufficient for successful tree planting in deforested areas.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Great work. And looking forward, can you give me the clicker, please? Thank you, dear. And we are looking forward to integrating this with the European, and we also started working with the African hub in order to put everything together. Let me also quickly say that climate and health is one big issue. Monetizing health effects and integrating into cost-benefit analysis. Other big issue, innovation accelerator. In the hub, we have 3 major accelerators, one on maritime, one on sustainable blue economy, and one we call the climate window, which is focused on adaptation, technological, financial, fiscal, social, and governance innovations with very high TRLs that are readily available to the market. So you go to a region where there is vulnerability and you can identify the optimal mixture of technologies. And then it's about financing. So here it's a big part of our work. We monetize natural capital to be incorporated into our analysis. We provide tools that allow companies, public and private, to become ESG and SDG compatible. We identify ways to create portfolios, stock exchange portfolios in exchange markets that are ESG and SDG compatible and at the same time increase profitability. We have done an analysis with 99% of global market capitalization, including 11,400 stocks, and we showcase the value, the return of $1 invested in SDG, specific SDG consistent portfolio of stocks. And these, you can see how well they are performing over time, but you can also see that they are performing better than any other way of creating a portfolio. ESG consistent portfolios, that is portfolios that hedge against the risk of SDGs, are the ones that are outperforming the market. And this is something very interesting for the private and public sector, of course. And once we do our energy modeling and our transport modeling and our land use modeling, then and our health modeling, I don't have time to showcase all of this. We integrate all of this in the socio-economic scenario modeling, which basically tell you how you can implement these decarbonization pathways and at the same time support social welfare. So you identify what kind of fiscal and financial instruments you can include in a package of measures like lump sum transfers and lowering VAT taxes on electricity, targeted energy efficiency measures, job retraining programs, funding of subsidies for low carbon technologies. This package of measures that we simulated across Europe in a general equilibrium analysis allows you to implement the policies, to implement the decarbonization pathways, to finance the decarbonization pathways, and at the same time mitigate the regressive effects on vulnerable households. And we can showcase that in each and every region of Europe, these are the different regions of Europe, you can achieve that by increasing economic growth, increasing job multipliers, and increasing equity. So it can be done. And of course, there is a big issue that we are working on now as the Pontifical Academy of Science, which is how you transfer resources to the global south. But this is another session that we are having at the pavilion of the UNCCC, which basically says if you want to have the global south on board, and you need to have them on board, because if you don't have them, you will not solve your SDG problem, your climate change, your ecosystem collapse. You need to restructure global financial ecosystem and tackle the high cost of debt and rising risk of debt distress in developing world, in emerging markets, even in developed countries with no fiscal space. So you give long-run laws with low interest rate in order to accelerate the transition. More on this in the FC Pavilion. And of course, Dr. Akinseede will now tell us how we engage the stakeholders in all of this, because unless you engage them, they will never implement anything.
Thank you, Phoebe. So, we've heard about all the fantastic cutting-edge work that the scientists within the hub are doing. They're really producing the most explicit set of results that we currently have, tackling this issue of climate change. But the models can provide the evidence. However, at the end of the day, these decisions must be made and taken by people. It sounds like a common sense issue, and Jeff alluded to it earlier when he mentioned that there isn't a space at the moment where we have people actually sitting down and try to examine the issue and say, how best can we approach these solutions? Does what exists work for us or not? Because essentially what we have from all of these models is information, but the information itself is useless if it's not translated into knowledge. And the knowledge is kind of pointless if it's not translated into efficient and specific action. So this is what we, in this unit of the hub, strive to do. We want to bridge this implementation gap. So we're trying to link the different stakeholders within science, policy, and society, and actually translate the outputs and outcomes and the evidence that's being generated by all these models into specific action, and support the decision-making for the sustainability transition. We have some core methodologies which are very cutting edge that we use: systems innovation, transition management, and underpinned by all of these are the transformative living labs. The systems innovation approach builds on the foundations of systems thinking. So we're really looking at these problems in an integrated and holistic fashion, because there's no way that we can tackle any of these aspects in an isolated manner. So it builds, again, on the structure of the hub's models, which are also integrated. We work then with transition management. So using these outputs from this integrated process, we try and transition from the current processes into more sustainable ones. And like I mentioned, all of these are underpinned by the transformative living labs. So these are forums where we can actually bring together all the different spectrum of stakeholders and have an open innovation space where people can communicate and examine the issues in a way that better address the outcomes. The work that's done within the Living Labs are underpinned by the 6 sustainability transitions built on the 17 SDGs. So that way we ensure that whatever it is that's coming out of the Living Labs is already embedded within the sustainability transition. On the one hand, we have the models that we examine. So Phoebe has presented the FABLE model, the Balmoral model, and this is an example from FABLE where within the process, the modeling process itself, we try and engage the stakeholders and bring them into the modeling process. So through roundtables, expert workshops, forums, etc. And what this does is that it actually builds confidence in the outputs, and it provides an element of transparency in what's coming out of the model. So it's not a black box exercise where we as the experts fly in and tell you, this is what you need to do in this situation, but instead the stakeholders have been part of the process from the very beginning. We then develop what we call socio-cyber-physical maps. So this basically incorporates everything within the system of the particular challenge that we're looking at. We're looking at the digital element, what's the non-physical infrastructure that's required, but we also look at the physical infrastructure and the challenges that go with that. And of course, we have the social layer, so the human interactions, the relationships, the social capital, and how that feeds into the network that describes the issue that we're looking at. And we can use this to then create systems maps, mental models, fuzzy cognitive maps, and systems dynamics models. Another thing that we produce within the unit are the normative and future narratives. So these are the narratives that underpin the socioeconomic narratives that Phoebe had mentioned earlier. So we sit down with the key stakeholders, be they policymakers or people who are impacted by the different issues, to develop these narratives. And based on those, we can then expand and elaborate those pathways. So we're then trying to downscale the original strategies into something that's more tangible, something that's more relevant for the particular area and the case study and the stakeholders involved. So we look at who the key actors are. In turn, we then look at what are the challenges and barriers and what each of those actors need to be doing. We develop the innovation pathways based on each of those. So we have now then a general roadmap from now to 2050, 2100, whatever time horizon it is. But along that roadmap, what are the specific actions that need to take place? What are the current innovations that we have, whether through our accelerators or the ones that don't exist, more importantly sometimes. So what are those innovation gaps? Where do we need to be looking if we need to try and solve these issues? And then we wind test it. We look at the specific challenges, the specific barriers, the enablers, the financial models and the pathways, and all the different things that are required for these actions to take place. So essentially what we do here in this space is that we pull together the knowledge from all the other units within the hub in a practical way that can lead to specific actions and actual on-the-ground change. And again, I want to stress that whenever we talk about innovations, we're not talking just about the technological innovations, but also the social innovations, the financial innovations, and potentially policy innovations that are required. We produce then a portfolio of innovations, some at different TRL levels, some of which could be implemented tomorrow, and others which need a longer time frame for maturity. For the ones that are then more mature, we are able to work specifically with on-the-ground case studies, the actors who've been previously identified, to build policy and business roadmaps. So who needs to be doing what, when, to actually see something on ground. So we've taken it from different levels, all the way from the global strategic level, and translated it and downscaled it to something that looks concrete on ground. So in a nutshell, what we're really trying to do is provide a more structured framework that can support the key decision makers and walk them through these processes, be they the modeling processes, be they the decision-making processes, to produce something that's tangible that can create these pathways towards a sustainable transition. And I'll stop there and hand you back to Phoebe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Epun. And the final unit of the hub is focused on education, upskilling, and reskilling. And I will just say that the next session that we have in this pavilion it's about a joint white paper with Highway where we have identified the future skills and occupations that will arise because of the green and digital transition. And this is important because it provides recommendations for developing the relevant curricula at the universities, but also the relevant content for vocational training today in order to be able to have a labor force with the capacity to implement the green and digital transition. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you.
άλλο κόσμο το πανεπιστήμιο. Είναι όταν εγώ έκανα 2 terms, δεν μπορούσα να κάνω 3. Γιάννης Ελίας. Είχαμε ένα άτομο το οποίο ήταν καλούς αυτό που έγινε σίγουρα είμαστε σε αναζήτηση. Επειδή έχεις κάνει το διάφορο αλλά και όταν δεν έκανες αυτό έκανες άλλα πράγματα που σίγουρα εγώ ως Αθηνάς αυτό με ενδιαφέρει πάρα πολύ. Είμαι σίγουρος ότι το ενδιαφέρει. Έτσι. Όποτε έτρεξα, ήταν το Αθηνά το άλλαξα, μπορώ να το πω έτσι με το χέρι στην καρδιά, πολύ. Και το άλλαξα και μέσα στον χώρο του μηχανικού δικαίου, αλλά
Και μας το είπε, φορέα που αποφεύγονται εξωτερικό.
Αλλά όποτε ήμουν σύμβουλος, 9 χρόνια ήμουν σύμβουλος, έκα 2 χρόνια το προχώρησα από εκεί, ενώ έπρεπε να πάει εκεί. Και άλλαξε την κυβέρνηση.
Το ίδιο πράγμα.
20 χρόνια πριν, η κυβέρνηση του 2019. Καταλαβαίνω, οπότε είσαι Λοιπόν, είμαστε συνδεδεμένοι.
Είμαστε κάτι σου δώσω και αυτό που λέμε το μάλλον σου δώσω το μάτι που το γράψω εδώ. Είμαστε συνδεδεμένοι. Αλλά πάτε. Αυτό που λέτε. Εδώ έχω και το άλλο.
Εδώ στο moment. Και έχεις και αυτό, πολύ ωραία, πάρα πολύ ωραία. Το δικό μου το έχεις. Ναι, και εγώ κάτι θυμάμαι.
Μου ανταλλάξει το LinkedIn.
Ναι, ωραία. Εδώ είναι αυτή η κάρτα μου θέση παγκόσμια που έχω. Από πίσω του Πανεπιστημίου. Δεν έβαλα και το Αθηνά. Έβαλα οποιοδήποτε θα έρθει και συνδρόμαστε. Αυτό δεν το έχω.
Στο άλλο μου
πίσω στην Ελλάδα.
Ναι.
Ωραία. Οπότε τώρα είμαστε συνδεδεμένοι. Thank you. Χριστό, φιλιά στα παιδιά, έτσι. Ωραία, ωραία, φέρνε.
Triple C Pavilion launching this white paper. And basically what we did is that we created the new taxonomy of green and digital skills based on EU policies, policies that have to do with the corporate sustainability reporting directive of the EU that becomes compulsory in 2024 for big companies and 2027 for all SMEs, based on environmental and energy policies, based on industrial policies. And not only we recover the green and digital skills for all sectors and by sector individually, but we also recover the new occupations that will be needed in order to support the green and digital transition. And we do that in a data-driven framework that allows us to classify skills, knowledge, and occupations in the EU labor market. And our finding is that the demand for occupations with high green and digital component has significantly increased since 2015 for all sectors. Skills classified as the most green and digital are the most demanded skills for all occupations. And at the end of this white paper, we give recommendations to universities and vocational training with regards to what kind of courses and curricula will be needed, what kind of vocational training will be needed in order to create the labor force that has the skills to implement the green and digital transition. I will not go into detail because the white paper will be launched tomorrow, but you can see that we identify the skills and knowledge that is needed for the financial sector, the energy sector, the manufacturing sector, the agriculture and food sector, and we also identify by sector the green specific digital skills that will be needed and the digital skills that will be needed. So we consider this as a guideline of where we need to take responsibility and make a serious investment in capacity building, not only of the current labor force, but also of the labor force in the making at university level and even before that. And this is what we will be discussing in this panel. So do we have any extra microphones for our other speakers, please? We are going to be discussing how each one of our esteemed speakers is able to contribute to this upskilling, reskilling, educational capacity that is needed in order to implement the green and digital transition. So can you please give the microphone and can you please give me... Okay. It is a great pleasure for me to have here Ketan Patel, a good friend, but also a very influential figure in the financial sector. Ketan is co-founder and CEO of Greater Pacific Capital and also founder of Force for Good, which are very much focusing on creating the capacity needed for the green and digital transition and analyzing what exactly is needed for supporting that capacity. Ketan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. 5 minutes. Hi, does that? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much for Greece for hosting this discussion. Just a few thoughts on what you said. It's always difficult to follow Phoebe because she has so much data and it's always so impactful. But so I'd make a few points about how we contribute to this and the challenges that we see out there. So the first is we see a
a massive shortage, of course, of AI-related digital skills. And we've invested in an AI company that reskills people in large numbers. So it's beginning with the poorest of students who go to second and third tier colleges in poor countries. And it puts them through a training program that effectively allows them to get reskilled for AI so they can get higher quality jobs. They're starting with thousands. Literally, they do this online, and thousands of people get reskilled in the space of a few months. The programs can be as long as 2 years, depending on how skilled you need to be, how ambitious you are, and how much of an impact you wish to make. I think it would take some very practical things like this to get this done. But if I step back and put on my Force for Good hat on too, we see 3 or 4 things that stand above all the work that we do in terms of a block that needs to be unlocked. And the first and biggest block we see is that we have values that are suited to an industrial era and to a consumption-based capitalist model. To change that requires us to change our values. And that's ever so difficult because we are so ingrained and trained to spend and to believe that unless we have growth in GDP and unless our jobs continue to pay us more year on year, we're not making progress. And so there's almost a blindness to the idea that everything we do should be green, should be sustainable, should make a positive impact. And I think that requires a rethinking of how we educate on values, on cultures, and ultimately, therefore, on behaviors. And so that was one part of what we saw in our work. The second of what we saw was without policy, it will not change. And so it really does need policy to step in. And the EU is the leader in the world in this aspect. And of course, they have further to go, but they are the leader. And it would not be a bad thing if there was somebody who worked with the EU to take every aspect of their policy framework and distribute it across the world, adapting it for every country and every different size and scale and culture and circumstance. Without policy, we don't think we get the shift. Our work has tried to quantify this, and we think policy will help close something like 20%, 27% to 30% of the SDG gap. And that's enormous, just policy implementation that introduces the right governance, the right behaviors. And so that's certainly part 2. Part 3 is we're very excited by what AI can do in industry. So never before have we seen the opportunity that AI is now posing. And on the positive side, it's posing the opportunity to leapfrog on education, on healthcare delivery, on digital participation, on financial inclusion, and so on. And one of the projects that we worked on was to see if financial inclusion, mass financial inclusion, could be spread across the world. And what we saw was the digitization that happened in India in the last 8 years allowed 500 million people to open a bank account, to have insurance for critical health care, to have a savings product. And so it was a revolution in digital participation. The Indian government has agreed that this should be given to the rest of the world as a technology suite that can be implemented and tailored in every country. And we think that's enormous in terms of what we can do to see big change happen en masse across the global south in particular. And then finally, we have breakthroughs to make, which relied on knowledge. And I'm astonished, actually, how much knowledge acquisition AI can do and deliver globally. And so every area of breakthrough that we thought we had made and achieved fantastically in the last decade, I think we're going to see in every one of those areas, whether it's health or finance or climate technologies, we're going to see another leap made of a magnitude that we had not imagined. On the downside, we will lose lots of jobs, and we will have lots of conflict, and there will be lots of trade issues, and AI will get out of control before we figure out what to do. Perhaps the saddest thing, just to wrap up, is that in the 24/7 dilemmas and conflicts going in the world, beginning maybe with the pandemic, then the Russian war in Ukraine, and then the Israel-Hamas war, the 24/7 news cycle is completely taking up everything, of course, in terms of people's attention. And there is not quite the focus, of course, on how do we pursue something collaborative across the world. And so this COP faces a particular challenge at this time, which I hope we can all rise to. Thank you. Thank you very much, Phoebe.
I'm always astonished how much a motivated individual can do to help others. And Kedan is the best example of that. It is really inspiring when people want to help and they bring in knowledge and capacity and diffuse it to those who need help. And it can be done, and it is very, very useful. But it needs, again, resources and, of course, a lot of structure and motivation if it's going to have impact. Our next, which Kedan has and puts together. Our next speaker is Georgia Epikoko, an amazing woman that we work with. She's with Highway. She's the Senior EU Public Affairs Manager. And this is a person that mobilizes the European capacity of this very big digital company in order to streamline resources and efforts to education, upskilling, reskilling, and working a lot with the youth, but also the younger heart, right? Georgina?
Thank you very much, Phoebe, and again, thank you very much to Greece and the Greek government for the invitation. It's an honor and pleasure to be able to talk about a topic that is very close to my heart. And, you know, just let me give you a bit of background also to the work that we have been doing together with Phoebe and with Conrad. So this white paper on green digital skills that will be launched tomorrow at the UNFCCC pavilion really comes from a personal passion and drive to better understand, you know, like how we can deliver skills development training in the European Union. We know, indeed, the EU is a leader on advancing sustainability policies, but they do have and they do face, all member states, an important digital skills shortage, and this is now also visible in the green skills space. I lead the work on sustainability policies for Huawei in Brussels, so I have realized that since 2020, when the EU Green Deal was put in place, a lot of legislation on sustainability, of course, came forward. And I started questioning and wondering how this will impact the skills and occupations field, and how companies would start to embrace the idea of needing to adjust also their capabilities and industrial capacity to the sustainability requirements. I mean, we are here talking about climate challenges, but more so about climate action, and we know that individuals and ideas are the ones driving climate action. So policies are obviously, I mean, most needed, and without the political will, nothing can really happen. But the industry has to adapt accordingly, and sometimes the qualified workforce is not there ready to embrace these new legislations and the targets that are set by the legislation. And this is especially true. We see this in the European Union now with the reindustrialization strategy and policies that are being put forward by the European Commission and the other institutions. We know that by 2025, there will be a space for 1 million jobs only in the solar industry. But we do not have the skills of the workers to be able to work in such industry. So how to make sure that we combine green and digital skills to be at service of European citizens and to make sure that they can actually tap into the new labor opportunities. I come from Italy, so I know what big unemployment rates are. And it's really staggering to see that, you know, like the jobs are there, but the skills and the qualifications might not be matching what the labor market is offering and what the industry needs are. So we really came together to analyze, you know, like all the policies and what these policies mean and how we can bring together all the training offerings and how we can upgrade and update the training offering, not only from the industry side, but also from policy making and educational sectors. Now, as a company ourselves, obviously we have put forward some training opportunities, some educational offerings to ensure that we first have the digital skills we need to further advance on the ICT sphere, but also on the digitalization of vertical industries. I work for a sector of the company that looks really at the energy sector, so that also became pretty evident, and green digital skills are more and more required to make sure that clean tech is not only developed but deployed across the globe. And as I said, of course, the EU, has also now need to meet those targets for the green and energy transition. And so we came up with this idea of developing a taxonomy for green digital skills. Now, since 2008, Huawei has put forward a CSR program for education, which is called Seeds for the Future, which really aims to equip young people across the globe to acquire the digital skills that are required in the ICT sector. This goes, of course, from AI, 5G, wireless, connecting and connectivity skills and the likes. And we have so far managed to benefit more than almost 2 million people across 150 countries. And we have made an additional investment of 150 million to make sure that people across the globe have these skills. Now we have to upgrade our own curricula. We need to make sure that not only these young people get the digital skills required to thrive in the digital sector, but they get these green digital skills. These are new skills. People might not be aware of what they are, and so we need to make sure that the message is conveyed, and also policymakers, business leaders, everybody gathers to make sure that these are implemented through their own programs, but also at national and global level, so that we can all deliver on this. I'll give you an example also of how this idea of bringing sustainability closer to digital came about from a project that we run, which is called Tech for All. Tech for All basically puts technologies at the service of protecting biodiversity and to conserve natural ecosystems on different levels. So we put our technology experts to basically deploy cloud computing, AI, and sound technology in different natural ecosystems, being those forests, oceans, or wetlands. At first, there was a project in the Hainan province in China to protect gibbons monkeys, and they deployed some sound technologies across the forest. They didn't know that the gibbons actually jump very high. So having, video technologies might be more fitting for purpose. So we realized that our technology experts needed to be more aware of the environmental challenges of what biology brings. So we brought them closer with the scientists, of course, that come from that field. But we also saw some resistance from the environmental scientists who are a bit more traditionalist in the way of conserving nature. So to bring digital and environmental together is actually a challenge, and we need to increase that awareness and make sure that everybody knows what's at stake and how we can use all our knowledge and know-how for combating climate change.
Thank you very much, Georgia. And when Huawei says global, it's really global. I've been presenting our white papers to students from around the world, and it's really around the world, from the north to the south, from the east to the west, and it's amazing what a big company like that can do in terms of mobilizing numbers, and in such a quality way. The next speaker is Panos Stakopoulos, his partner, ESG platform leader at PwC. We work with PwC, so he's a friend as well, and he will tell us what is being done within PwC Greece and beyond with regards to upskilling and reskilling with regards to the ESGs, but also AI and machine learning technologies for data acquisition and management and use. Tasso?
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. If we would like to add a couple of points in whether how consulting firms can help in the ESG, I would like to mention what Jeffrey Sachs was saying earlier on about the Green Deal and decarbonization journey. He said it's not a plan, it's not a policy, it's a country-by-country specific examination that needs collaboration and cross countries coordination regarding the energy supply and demand. Phoebe was just saying a couple of moments before about how the consumption in Europe affects production in Brazil and so on and so forth. So we understand that it's not something local, it's global. So as you say, if I had to structure it, I would choose three main areas. The first one being, I think also Ketan touched upon, about culture. So how we embed the ESG culture across the organization. What we are currently seeing in the market is that we have board of directors that are very knowledgeable about ESG. We do have a specific nominated BOD member that needs to be mandated about the ESG agenda, that needs to bring all the issues in front of the senior management and needs also to steer the discussion going forward. On top to the audit committee, we used to see, on top to the remuneration committee, we have also ESG committees. We have strategy committees that need to have ESG items on top of the agenda. And at the same time, we do have a tremendous shift in boardrooms regarding the gender split between males and females, and also about the key issues that been discussing. So the second point would be how we can help in the strategy. So irrespective of whether we're talking about net zero or science-based targets or Poseidon principles in maritime, we see a lot of movement in specific industries. We see that too much are happening at many fronts. So we need to have a clear strategy on where we want to go. So we need to be bold, we need to be fast, we need to have clear directions across many areas. We see that customers are willing to pay more for products that are more sustainable. We see that investors and rating agencies are willing to put, let's say, a higher grade to companies that are sustainable and that have clear transition trajectories. And at the same time, society becomes very sensitive in this area. So the third one, and also Ketan touched upon it, is regulatory compliance. So in order to make something happen, we need to have the policy. So we see a shift from comply or explain to comply or pay, but it's not a matter of how companies will pay, but instead of how they will try to cultivate all these things and embed into the culture. So we need to have level playing fields, we need to have data, we need to have proper governance structures, and of course all the underlying mechanism in order to have appropriate disclosures. We need to have comparable data between all the firms, either we are talking about financial institutions or large corporates or even small and medium size enterprises, and in order to ensure comparability. And at the same time, we need to upskill and reskill our people. Because, as you said, this lies at the heart of this transition. Just a couple of points for the end. In PwC, this is not something new. This is something that we have been doing several years now, from 2017, where we try to put ambitious targets regarding the decarbonization, where we try to create new office spaces in order to reduce our sustainable footprint. And of course, as Phoebe, you mentioned our collaboration with you, our collaboration with the university to create and have clear ESG courses that will upskill and reskill people in order to identify the required skills and people that will be ready to come up, work together. because as you stated, it's very critical to have firepower. It's very critical to have people across several areas. Either we're talking about energy, either we're talking about biodiversity or industry-specific knowledge, because there are too many data points, there are too many moving parts, and you need to be fast and you need to be up to speed across the board. So we think we have played an active role in Greco Islands, so in Rhodes, where we recently established our sustainability center. Our ambition is to be the heart of our sustainability operations and also create a specific, let's say, place where young professionals and young individuals will exchange ideas and, of course, will be the ESG ambassadors of our firm across the economy.
Excellent, thank you. And for our ESG professional course, we already have 100 graduates. It has been running for a year now, and we are building up capacity strong. The last speaker is Konrad Orlandis, a postdoc researcher at the Athens University of Economics and Business at the Research Lab of Socioeconomic and Environmental Sustainability. We work together. Konrad, he will give us a framework and a tool for ESG transformation across a company, a product company, but also the way to be financial portfolios that are ESG consistent, hedging against SDG and ESG risk. Konrad, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Phoebe. So,
as fast as possible.
So, as we already said, in order to achieve the goal of sustainability, it is important to be to know and be able to measure it. So, in this direction, we work in many projects where the goal is to downscale the framework of UNSDSN, that it's a very well-known framework at national states, so for international regions or countries. So what we're doing, we're trying to downscale this methodology into more local levels, okay? So starting from the 13 administrative regions of Greece. So we have created the metrics to measure the level of implementation at a subnational scale. Yeah. Or to measure the progress at an institution level. So we do have building methodologies and dashboards to measure the level of implementation at a university level. Here the metrics are different, but the goal is the same. We also have methodologies to measure how budgetary plans contribute to the implementation of SDGs. So these are tools that help us identify gaps in the financing of the SDGs, or other methodologies to be able to measure the efficiency and the effectiveness of budget allocated to SDG-related projects. As here, for example, a big project with the EU where we could measure, not based on the, actually on the impact, so on the outputs of grants, that is deliverables, scientific publications, patents, all right, and be able to measure how much all the outputs of grants or a project contributed to the implementation of the SDGs. So now the next project is related to how we can measure the SDGs at a company level. So here what we do actually, we integrate the Sustainable Development Goals into the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Framework, and of course, you all know these, the ESGs, okay, the ESG criteria. So here we have built a holistic three-step approach, which very quickly, it's based first on having a very good mapping of the value chain, of mapping of the company across its entire value chain. We need to have an ESG materiality assessment, and this assessment will not only cover all stakeholders, will be built, together with all stakeholders of the company and at the company with the most strict sense, that is the shareholders. So, and then we have a large set of KPIs, 600 KPIs from many, many sources, as Asset4, as Thomson Reuters, as Bloomberg. And we do have this type of multi-layer, multi-level of KPIs where we do have KPIs that work at the company level, KPIs which are sector-specific and apply only to companies listed in some sectors, or KPIs which are unit-specific. Then the third important step for the integration of the SDGs is that we use machine learning techniques in order to map ESG KPIs with SDG indicators, so with the 264 indicators which we use for to calculate the 17 SDGs. So for each one of these KPIs, a specific target is set for 2030 or 2050. So the corporate sustainability assessment framework looks like that. We have one or more KPIs which are material for the company identified under the 3 pillars, and which are dynamically mapped to one or more sustainable development goals. So in this sense, our model provides a dashboard at the company level, not only for the implementation of each KPI or each pillar on ESGs, but also in relation to the SDGs. Now, the last of our projects is how can we measure the footprint of financial portfolios, okay? So here we do have data for more than 11,000 companies listed in international exchanges, and actually these 11,040 companies correspond to close to 99% of the global market capitalization. As I said, we have a large and vast database of ESG-related data from various sources, and you can see here that our database has actually data for all regions around the world. Apart from that, we also have metrics which are calculated with machine learning methods from documents or news, etc. for the companies. So we have gathered news from Bloomberg, from Reuters, and we try to self-calculate some metrics based on ESGs, where we call that metrics controversy, which intend to measure in a less biased way if some KPIs were good at a company level or not. So here we do build on the classic asset pricing literature, all right? So our models here actually correspond to multi-factor models in the commonly used in the arbitrage pricing theory, where we expand the well-known model of Fama and Friends in order to include sources of price risk related to ESGs or SDGs. So here, using this methodology, we calculate ESG-based risk factors which can be used in these models to price assets. As this portfolio here, it's an ESG factor that calculates together the factors that we calculate with the sustainability data and the controversy data that we collect, right? And we show that this factor, this actually multi-factor model works better in pricing assets relative to the famous Fama Friends 3-factor model. Again, using our methodologies, we can use machine learning techniques to translate these scores into the SDGs. So we do create a large set of factors, 17 asset pricing factors, to be used in multi-factor models to calculate the price of risk in relation to the 17 SDGs. Okay, so using our methodology, we have built here this model where we can actually calculate the portfolio of SDG footprint by aggregating the sensitivities in relation to the ESG and the SDG related factors. Thank you.
And all of this, thank you so much, Connor, we make available to companies, we make available to different market agents that are interested to become ESG and SDG compatible. Thank you very much for the panel. Thank you very much. The next panel, for their patience, we are going to sit here and listen to you until you finish. I apologize for taking longer than we should. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you very much, Phoebe, and thank you to all of the speakers in the first panel. May I invite the speakers of the second panel to step up, please?
So indeed, first of all, my name is Stephen Minas. I'm a member of the Technology Executive Committee of the Convention and the Advisory Board of the Climate Technology Centre Network, CTCN. And I'm joined here by colleagues who are working under the Convention and the Paris Agreement on exactly what we've been hearing about today: technology, digitalization, artificial intelligence. And in addition, I'm delighted to say colleagues from international financial bodies, colleagues from academia, colleagues from the private sector. We've already heard about the promise and some of the challenges of artificial intelligence and digitalization. We're going to dive into that from another series of angles in our second panel. But first, let me introduce the panelists. We have here with us my colleague, wherever you like, Erwin. My colleague, Erwin Rose, the current chair of the advisory board of the Climate Technology Centre and Network, also a member of the Technology Executive Committee. Justin Peretson, head of sustainability partnerships at Novozymes, also a member of the advisory board of the CTCN. We have Elisa Gomez from the Adaptation Fund, climate change specialist. Fernando Barrio, Dr. Fernando Barrio from the Queen Mary University of London, reader. And joining us online, I hope he is online, is my dear colleague, Dr. Matthew Kennedy, Director and Global Leader in Sustainability and Climate for ARUP, and indeed also a former chair of the CTCN Advisory Board. So let me begin then with Erwin. The Climate Technology Mechanism has launched this new major initiative on artificial intelligence for climate action. Could you just tell us a bit about that, Erwin? And I'll bring you the microphone as well.
Thank you, Stephen, and good evening, everyone. It's really exciting for me to be here. I really feel like we are at the right place at the right time. There's been an explosion of interest in artificial intelligence throughout the world in this past year, even though the technology has been evolving for decades. But it's really hit, the mainstream. There's a level of mass awareness about this really, revolution that's underway coming through artificial intelligence, and it's just the increasing pace of digitalization that we've been experiencing also for decades, but the pace is increasing and the power of digital technologies is increasing through artificial intelligence. Everything is moving so quickly, but it hasn't been on the agenda of the COPs before. And here we have, arguably the most powerful technological tool that people are talking about, transforming every aspect of society, and we're all so desperate to make sure that we can achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement and looking for every lever we can push, every means we have to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement, to move as quickly as possible at the scale that's needed. And yet this incredibly powerful technology hasn't really hit the mainstream consciousness of the global climate policy community. But I feel like it's starting to hit this week, and this event is one of a series of events that are happening throughout the COP on some version of this topic about how can we apply artificial intelligence to accelerate climate action. And there are different levels of awareness, right? There's the technical world in which it's been used for years, and almost every country has a planning agency that's using artificial intelligence for its data collection, for its mapping. I was at a presentation last night by a representative from Ecuador that made a very sophisticated presentation about how Ecuador is using satellite imagery and artificial intelligence to map areas that are vulnerable to floods and storms. And now what's evolving with artificial intelligence is you also are getting this sophisticated prediction of the future in a more and more precise way based on data that can also make very informed recommendations about how to respond to the threats. And there are versions of this happening all over the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the municipality of Lagos is using artificial intelligence to analyze the vulnerabilities of the population of Lagos and to analyze the costs and benefits of different options for how to respond to the threats of climate change. Yet, when we talk about how do we accelerate climate action, we talk about the same kinds of approaches, different versions of the same themes that we've been talking about for years. We're making some progress in those areas, but applying artificial intelligence really can be transformative, and we have to make sure we're taking full advantage of those powerful tools if we're serious about accelerating speed and action. It's a complicated topic, right? And there's a fear factor, right? A lot of people are afraid of how powerful artificial intelligence is, and there are real threats and problems caused by it. But how can we not focus on applying the most powerful tool, to climate solutions? So that's really the basic idea underlying the Artificial Intelligence for Climate Action Initiative that the UNFCCC launched in June through what's called the Technology Mechanism. It's the Technology Executive Committee, which is part of the UNFCCC Paris process, representing parties with independent experts providing advice to the parties on how to support technology development and transfer in support of climate change objectives. And then there's a parallel organization that's even mentioned. We're actually on both of them together, the Climate Technology Center and Network. These organizations were both established in 2010. They have a long track record. They're the core of the process around technology development and transfer in this system that we're all here for. We all know how important the COP is. So sort of these two bodies are playing the role they were intended to by bringing attention to the value of focusing on artificial intelligence for climate change. The initiative is really just getting started. So we launched it in June. We held an event at Africa Climate Week, bringing together stakeholders from African governments, civil society, et cetera, to start just to talk about what's already happening in Africa. What are the priorities of governments for how to take advantage of artificial intelligence? What are the concerns? We held a similar event at Asia Pacific Week. We didn't organize all of these events, but some of us on the Tech and CTCN are, and others here are involved, very involved in the Tech and CTCN. We're helping support these kinds of events, but obviously they're happening without our efforts also because it's such a relevant topic. And there's a schedule now on the COP website where you can see in one place all the different AI events that are happening throughout the COP. And to some extent, that's culminating on December 9th when the UNFCCC, through the Tech and CTCN, will host a high-level event focusing on AI and climate action, hosted by the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, Simon Steele, with the support of the UAE presidency. So while it's not a new technology, obviously, it's accelerating in its importance and in the level of public consciousness and awareness. And it is really a new topic for the COP in some ways, even though I'm sure there have been side events on about different versions of AI before. But it's really on the agenda at this COP. It's sort of a historical moment or an inflection point, if you might say. Because of the work done by the Technology Executive Committee and the CTCN, it's literally on the agenda in the technology negotiations, where the topic is responding to the joint annual report of these two bodies. And what's apparent in that joint annual report, in my view at least, is this new activity focusing on artificial intelligence. So some of us are looking to really highlight that in the technology decision. And then for the first time, the parties will be formally responding to the opportunities and risks posed by artificial intelligence in the context of this process in the decision that hopefully will be part of the outcome of this COP, in addition to all of these types of dialogues. It's also been, I just came from the global stocktake negotiations on technology, and it was part of that discussion. So it really may be one of the sort of surprise outcomes of this COP, that this is the moment when we started to get serious about mobilizing all the forces that are here, civil society and governments, around, again, the potential to really accelerate AI, and you need international partnerships, public and private sector partnerships, to make sure that AI isn't just following the money, but it's being aligned to climate objectives, and especially that the digital divide isn't increasing, right? But that we do everything we can to empower all of the countries around the world to take advantage of artificial intelligence, in their own way, in their own capacity, including helping build their capacity. So that's the basic idea of what we're doing through this initiative. It's just getting started. We welcome your input and your engagement. So you can follow online what we're doing. It's hashtag AI for Climate Action. You can see information on the UNFCCC website, on the Technology Executive Committee website, or the Climate Technology Center Network, or just get in touch with us directly. We've been happy to talk to you about it, and we are inviting civil society and private sector partners, as well as government agencies, to talk to these two bodies about ways they want to support this initiative. And I think it can really be a very powerful way to bring together all the incredibly active parties that come together for this COP to really move forward in harnessing the power of artificial intelligence to support progress on climate. So I really appreciate your holding this event and inviting me to speak, and I look forward to continuing the conversation, and I think there's just tremendous potential here. This is a very exciting moment, I think, to talk about this relationship. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Aaron, and thank you for your leadership as well in this space. It's greatly appreciated. Let me turn to Justin next. Now, Justin, you're a member of this UN Advisory Board representing the private sector. So I want to ask you, we have this new work program, joint work program for the technology mechanism launched at the previous COP in Sharm el-Sheikh by John Kerry and other senior leaders. How do you see the digital aspects of this work, including AI, but not only AI, as an opportunity for private sector engagement?
Thank you, Stephen. I think, sorry, is this on? There we go. Can you hear me okay? Well, first and foremost, I think it would be remiss of me, and I'm not going to embarrass anyone, but there's members of the CTCN Secretariat and the audience who have done just the most outstanding job over the last few years to put CTCN and tech into the space that they are now in. It's a little bit like what Erwin has been talking about. There's been a lot going on, maybe in the background, but now you're really starting to hear about it, and it's that explosion that I think we're also excited about. There's also a number of donor countries in the room. I can see at least one of them, so that's great. But to answer your question, I think I kind of think of AI, and then I kind of call my parents, and they're like, what the heck are you talking about this time? So I just simplify it, because that's how my brain works. I think of AI as algorithmic interface, because at the end of the day, what we're really talking about here is information and data, and it's what you do with that data and how you employ and deploy it, particularly in a climate context, that actually drives impact. And I think that's really what we're trying to get at when we start talking about digital in the context of climate action. So just to give you an example of that, and I have to give great credit to my friend Erwin, I have met some just amazing people who are working in this space over the last few months in particular, and they really understand what climate is about. It's not just about the money, it's about saving the planet, and if they can do both of those two things at the same time, they are the happiest people you're ever going to meet. I think the other thing to notice in this space is it's how, as I said, how you deploy that technology for impact. So let's take agriculture. So we'll look at sub-Saharan Africa. Lots of issues there in terms of yield, in terms of soil health, in terms of environmental impact caused by floods or hurricanes or whatever else that you're not able to predict, which then is creating vulnerabilities as much as instabilities. If you can actually use these predictive systems, you actually reduce some of those issues for example, the farming community, which then has a series of multiple benefits. I think the thing with technology is it's often thought of in terms of digital, and that's absolutely right, and it needs to come first. But once you have that foundation in place, and this is to your point, the rest of the private sector then says, hang on a minute, we're not just talking about digital, we're maybe talking about climate smart ag, we're talking about regenerative ag, we're talking about different jobs in a space. So it really is that enabler that then enables the private sector to start looking at projects that may not have been realistic even 6 months ago in a very, very different light. I think the other thing that's happened, and again, also great credit to Stephen, this whole idea of resource mobilization, I think, has really come on leaps and bounds in a UN context, and particularly in a tech and a CTCN context over the last few years, where there's not just a recognition and a realization, but it is desire to really start partnering up. So there's been some fantastic work done, particularly with, for example, Eswatini, particularly some projects that have really tried to look at some very simple solutions and scale them up. I think we're in a slightly different situation with AI in the sense that this is a massive solution that potentially in some instances we need to scale down and then figure out how we can extrapolate and learn from that and push it into different environments.
Yeah, thanks very much, Justin. Let me turn to you now, Fernando, and as the resident academic here, invite you to take a slightly more conceptual approach to, I mean, we're talking about this UN initiative on AI for climate action, the work on digitalization more broadly. What are some of the factors that policymakers need to take into consideration when looking to apply AI to climate mitigation and adaptation?
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you for having me here. Well, coincidentally, we just ended another side event that we organized leading in Queen Mary University of London, just on another building, and we were dealing with that, with the challenges. In order to assess what policymakers need to take into account, first we need to see what the challenges are, and some of the challenges are just common to AI in general. So the issue of bias in AI that we normally refer to, or how they impact particular individuals, can also happen at environmental level. So as many of you probably know, the bias is inherent to algorithmic system because of historical conditions. If 2 years ago you put in any AI system, lawyer will show you a white man. If you put a primary school teacher, will show you a woman. That was corrected, by the way. But there are historical conditions, structural conditions, we'll call the Marxists, that led to that bias. Then there is bias in the design. Bias on purpose and bias that just happened because the designer, without knowing, have some bias. And there is bias in the data. One of the issues that relates to what Edwin was referring to the digital divide, also is the data divide. The issue that the data is usually collected most in those that at the end of the day we need it less, because they are the ones who already have the resources to cope with the problems. We have far, far more data even about environmental issues for developed countries which are producing and not suffering than in developing countries which are suffering and not producing. And these are some of the challenges. So what are the policy options? Let's go to... This is some of the challenges. By the way, the challenge is very long. We will need a book, and this is not the day for the book. But within the technology mechanism, the idea is in the future try to produce a proper report that include all these challenges and options in a manner. So what are the options? First, let's start from the end, international cooperation. We all celebrated last year that finally, in my opinion, 30 years later, we have an agreement for loss and damage. Loss and damage needs to include training, finance for training, and financing for AI, because a lot of the loss and damage can be, in a way, repaired, if there is a proper word for that, using proper tools like AI. Another issue is to ensure diversity and inclusion, both at domestic and international level. AI cannot be the realm of the developed countries alone. It is true that, as also Erwin mentioned, the developing countries have quite a lot of potential and they are doing quite a lot of things, but somehow the investors keep looking at the same places with same red bridges and not around the world. The world is ready and is producing quite a lot of algorithmic systems. They just need to be, awareness need to be created, and I think that is a policy decision. It's not just something that will happen. A fictional market will not solve this problem. And finally, all these options need to be always produced through a lens of ensuring people's rights. One of the issues, going back to the beginning, one of the challenges of algorithmic systems is that they tend to make decisions based on data that is imperfect, and at least in principle, they are result agnostic. the system couldn't care less who is affecting or not. And therefore, it is the role of the policymakers to make clear who can and they cannot be affected by these systems.
So if we, of course, hear there that there are so many policy and law considerations. It's not just about technology when thinking about AI. Alicia, if I could turn to you, the work of the Adaptation Fund, helping developing countries to harness digitalization for adaptation, including through the partnership with the CTCN, the Adaptation Fund Climate Innovation Accelerator. I wonder if you'd just tell us about the work of the Adaptation Fund in this space, please.
Thank you, Stefan, and thank you to TEC for this invitation. Happy to be here and share the fund's work. The Adaptation Fund specializes in financing localized adaptation solutions that are rooted in the context in which these funds operate. And from the fund's perspective and the experience that we've had, digital solutions have been mainly in risk mapping tools, it has been risk assessments, it has been with insurance and early warning systems. But the fund's portfolio is quite diverse, and we've seen a whole range of sectors that AI and other digital solutions can be applied to. For example, I'll give you a project in Peru that's working specifically with artisanal fishers. Now, the fish is a cultural keystone species for this community, and just because climate change is impacting the water system and the temperatures, and the catch is now being distributed further out into the sea, it doesn't mean that they should give up what is a traditional system to them, which is fishing. And so the fund is using this specific project, used the consultancy of Shell Catch, which was a Chilean consultancy, to develop this camera system to take pictures of the distribution patterns of fish. The artisanal fishers were then trained to use these cameras to capture this, and an AI software process these images to tell them what kind of species and also what are the new areas that the fish are moving to, for example. And the code, a QR code was then generated, which could then be used to trace the fishing, but also when this fishing community used this catch to sell it to local restaurants, the restaurants are able to know exactly where the fish came from and what species they're eating, etc. And so in this way, the project transformed the lives of these local communities by helping them hold true to what their traditional practice is. Another example I can give you is a project in Uganda, and this project is using a mobile flood fill barrier system called Slam Dam in conjunction with an AI software that's tracking data and vulnerability of the region. And so in this case as well, again, local communities and the local governments are trained not just to use the software, but then again to use the early warning system to deploy the flood barrier whenever needed. Another example, in Colombia and Ecuador, here the project is implemented by WFP, and the project is working specifically with indigenous communities on the border of Colombia and Ecuador. So here, indigenous communities have knowledge about medicinal species, and so again, here there's a link between indigenous knowledge and digitalization of that knowledge to enable them to keep track of this relevant information. So when I think about AI and digital solutions, I think about it as an enabler. An enabler not just to be able to use data in an efficient way and for example, for the benefit of local vulnerable communities, but also an enabler to help these communities hold true to what their identity, what their cultural identity is.
Well, thank you very much, Alicia. And I think it's very relevant, exactly as you say, that these are general purpose technologies, and we hear that they're every bit as relevant to adaptation as to mitigation, and indeed the very important link to harnessing indigenous knowledge as well, which is sometimes left out. So thank you very much for that. Finally, our colleague online, Dr. Matt Kennedy. Matt, I'm going to ask you to look at a slightly different element here, which is how digital innovation can help for the sustainable development of cities and the built environment and infrastructure. So I see that you have a short presentation for us, so please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Stephen, and I hope you can hear me okay.
Yep.
Firstly, apologies I can't be there. You can hear me okay?
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. So, firstly, thank you to yourself, to the Technology Mechanism, and of course, the Greek Pavilion for hosting this very important event. Just picking up on some of the words that Erwin mentioned, really, we have had AI digitalization for a number of years, and I work for a lead climate for a company of 20,000 design engineers that have been in a business for the last 80 years, really. So, but what we are seeing is that these businesses will not survive unless they embrace digitalization, and it is having a huge impact. And I'm going to try to touch on a few examples, really from the Global South, to show how digital innovation is impacting the built environment. And explicitly, there's a number of different challenges that we're facing, where equity is a key theme at COP. There are more people living in cities, expected to be 2.5 billion by 2050. Many, if up to 80% of the buildings that we're using at the moment have already been built. So we're talking about a lot of the life cycle of the carbon that exists within those buildings. And of course, the planetary boundaries are aspects that we really need to consider. So in all of that context, what are the types of technologies, what is underpinning the climate action movement? And there are a number. We've talked about artificial intelligence, and I would like to bring that together with machine learning in terms of predicting future conditions, optimizing our own systems to get the right sustainable use of our assets. But there's way more than that. There's sensors and drones and satellite technology. I'll show you an example of digital twins in a moment, a concept that you may be or may not be familiar with, but ultimately developing systems that using computer models to monitor real world data. And then of course there's IoT, and an aspect that's really interested in my business is generative or regenerative design. If I show you a couple of examples on screen here, the nature-based solutions and using machine learning to address urban technologies. In this case study here, using NBS, really in terms of exploiting satellite data, this has been deployed to assess a Shanghai case study. And then on the right-hand side, the concept of sponge cities and improving water resilience. That's a key area in terms of embracing green and blue spaces within the soil characteristics of cities. And again, we're using greener, low carbon planning and design within those cities and within that infrastructure. Picking on another a 3D example with spatial analysis, Hong Kong, and establishing a 3D city map, a second generation map for Hong Kong and an area within Hong Kong. And then Freiburg, just a German EU example, really, considering we're at the Greek Pavilion, but giving the policymakers insights into mobility, traffic behavior, so you can actually streamline your property development around that process and bringing together the built environment with their transport network and systems. Finally, I did mention the idea of connected digital twins, and digital twins are being used quite significantly within the energy environment and enabling this transition, this using data of real world environments to transition to more renewable, decentralized, decarbonized systems. And of course, this is an example in the UK, but it can easily be applied to cities, to energy systems throughout Africa, Latin America, and East Asia. The final slide here really is talking about design. And of course, we're in the business of design. One of the first design projects that Arup ever designed was the Sydney Opera House. And that, we're celebrating that this year. But really what we are trying to focus on now is more generative design for low carbon and how you bring low carbon buildings together, but also with the biodiversity requirements that are needed. So using advanced generation design, using algorithms to optimize that design and enhance more biodiversity in terms of your deliverable. So just to come to a conclusion really, and our colleagues talked about earlier about data and about modeling and the importance. And it is completely important, but it is only important because what we are trying to do is to consider what our future climate temperatures will be and designing based on those temperatures. So we want to make sure that they are robust and resilient in the face of that. And there's a couple of tools that I use. One of them is really around, it's called CRISP, but about cost-effective decarbonization actions. So to understand in a pathway of decarbonization, what does that mean for a property portfolio or any asset portfolio that is being driven by in an environment of net zero? When do those assets become potentially stranded, or when do you make as much value as you can out of those assets? And of course, you can imagine pension funds and asset owners very interested in this types of analysis. And then moving away from buildings a little into the risk associated with climate and how you improve the resilience of your assets. And again, this is multi-hazard risk assessments that we would do to simulate some resilience strategies. So, and then finally, the last point I will make is that digital innovation is definitely here to stay, but it is really about embedding it within all built environment projects. It isn't just a nice to have. So when we talk about sustainability in the built environment, we're talking about embedding digitalization within the built environment also. And that can be around how you have data definitions. It can be around how you improve your digital retrofits and how you share data between organizations. But ultimately, we're all in the room here about closing collaboration becomes really important around major stakeholders. So thank you for your time. Again, apologies I can't be there. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much, Matt. An extraordinary series of examples there. And I think the oldest example you gave of the Sydney Opera House, I mean, it was absolutely unique. It looked like nothing before it. And I think what you're showing to us is that we have to be similarly innovative in all our respective fields and professions if we're going to make the most of dealing with this challenge. So thank you, everyone. I think we heard two very complementary panels, digital skills, primarily at the EU level, but also international dimensions, and then these international initiatives on AI and digitalization, the work of international business, international financial bodies in helping countries and clients to adjust to these challenges. I think that there is a lot happening. Speaking from the side of the technology mechanism, as Erwin said, you are invited to contribute. We look for partners, we look for expertise and colleagues to help drive this initiative and drive progress in this field. We do have the high-level launch event coming up here at the COP on the 9th of December. So all of that is before us, but we have, fortunately, not just in that initiative, but more broadly, the talent and the creativity and the backing that we hear, not just as an event, but more broadly to really deal with these challenges. Finally, the Greek Pavilion has a very active agenda of side events, so I do invite those of you who are visiting to check the website and to look for upcoming events as well. But for now, my final duty is to thank you and wish you all the best for the rest of your evening. And of course, to thank our speakers as well. Thank you.
I've spoken on a panel, but there's no formal. Isn't IDU the most technologically related body of the UN? It is, yeah. And it's doing a lot also in respect. The ITU should be a partner of ours, and I think now that we've established this AI logical connection with ITU, but it's not something that exists yet. As Erwin said, this is less than 6 months old. They're very early stage. But I mean, my role is as a member of